you have? I think I have yours. Yeah, let's sign. My daughter was going to take off at 10:30 on the way to Boston. And he had to get off the plane because the engine had it. Oh, God. So they're just taking off now. She has two little kids. Oh. And I'm glad they stopped before they got too far.
Right? Well, the weather should be better now.
Huh?
The weather should be better now.
Yeah, that's exactly what I told her. I was on the way back to Boston. And about to take her with the scenario. And they just made it. Otherwise, I would have Hi, Paul.
The commission.
All right, we're up with, all right.
And advocate Frank Holt has. Aubrey, are we all set? And do we have Raina?
Raina's on there.
Okay. Wonderful, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
You have a little agenda there with you.
I do.
All right. It now being 12:35 and a quorum of members present in person or online, I'm calling the Minnesota Supervised Release Board meeting to order. Good afternoon, everyone who is here with us in the room or watching online. My name is Paul Schneider. I serve as Commissioner of the Department of Corrections, and as a result of that role, I serve as Chair of the Board. What we will be doing today, just to give you a little bit of background, during the 2023 legislative session, a law was passed which took into account brain development and resulted in dramatic changes to the handling of supervised release cases, both for those certified, juvenile certified as adults, and also, instead of this being normally presided over historically by the commissioner and an advisory panel, it is now overseen by a supervised release board. For today's cases, all the cases that will be reviewed are those who were at the age of majority or adults at the time of sentencing. In this case, there are 5 regular members of the board, which includes the commissioner. The regular members will be hearing these cases today. Parole decisions are made by a majority vote of the members of the Supervised Release Board. With that, I would we'll do a call of order. Member Christine Bray.
Here.
Member Rena Alexander.
Here.
Member Andrew Larson.
Here.
Member Cheryl Ramstad.
Here.
And Paul Schnell is here. The record reflects that all members are present today. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the August 6th meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Right. Hearing none, they pass. I believe that there was a 2025 hearing schedule that was sent out to everyone, a proposed hearing schedule. I know that this is challenging because we're well into the future and looking at cases, but I wonder if there would be a willingness to motion to approve that, or if there's any discussion or questions about that before that we would get into that.
I move to approve.
We have a motion and a second to approve the 2025 hearing schedule. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And the motion passes with the all members voting aye. And so at this time we would move into the reviews. The first one being Clarence Holt, and I would turn it over to Ms. Holmes-Larson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes-Larson, Director of the Hearings and Release Unit. We're here today to review Clarence Holt, who is present on video from the Correctional Facility in Faribault, Minnesota. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with the board members who we've already taken roll call on, Member Christine Bray, Member Raina Alexander, Member Andrew Larson, and Member Cheryl Ramsdown. Mr. Holt has an advocate present with him today. Mr. Frank Lopez is present on video. Mr. Holt, our records indicate that on May 13th, 1997, Clarence Holt fatally shot Frederick Pitts in a motel room in Burnsville, Minnesota. Mr. Pitts had been shot 5 times, twice in the head, resulting in his death. On April 2nd of 1998, Clarence Holt was sentenced to life in Dakota County District Court after having been found guilty of murder first degree. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration. Mr. Holt's parole eligibility date will occur on August 6th of 2027. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Holt. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
All right. Thank you for being here today. I'd like to start this off by asking you to tell the board what you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I was looking forward to being moved to the next level. Hopefully I was able to go to minimum, so then there I can just grow more and focus more on myself. Because in here, the community is more about doing time. But I know the community out there is everybody's looking forward to freedom. And that's where I want to be mentally.
Can you describe for us, what makes you feel you're ready to step down? I think is what you're proposing.
Right.
What makes you feel you're ready, and then just maybe a little bit of a description of the change that has happened over the course of the term of your incarceration.
When I first came into prison, my mind, I was more narcissistic. Everything was about me, and I could only see things with a tunnel vision. So my mindset at that time was I was the victim. Everybody done me wrong. I just had a narrow point of view. And so then I had to learn that everything resulted from my bad decisions and my, criminal way of thinking, and I had to grow from that. So I had to attend so many different groups and learn how to really deal with myself, and learn that that the world was just bigger than me, right? And I had to grow from just different experiences that I learned along the way, and I watched other people who inspired me to grow. And it made me want to be like them, like just like other lifers who have already transitioned into the community. They inspire me on how they reach back, come up to the prison and speak to the rest of us and show us how they're active in the community and the things that they do. I feel like in here, I reached a level, the peak of where I can go in here. Because I'm a representative while I deal with administration on making this place a better place. Then I'm a religious rep and things of that nature. I know that going to minimum, I'll be able to focus on myself and the things that I need to prepare for my freedom. And I'll be able to channel most of my energy towards the future and not just towards the present.
Can you go into, you talked a little bit about, the way we were when you came in and the progress you've made. But can you describe the insights you've gained into your offending over the course of time? Walk us through kind of what, when did change begin to happen, and in what areas, more specifically, did you, did that change really come about? I've had the chance to read through your letter, which I thought was very helpful in terms of giving background. But for purposes of our discussion today, what insights have you really gained into yourself that would have us believe that rehabilitation has happened and that we would not see a problem if you were to go out into the community?
That's a good question. I think I've changed, and I had to really, go into restorative justice, right? I've learned in there, it taught me the depth of crime, the depth of harming one person. You can harm many people, right? It taught me the depth of just the pain that you put upon other people when you make choices that harm others, right? And it just taught me how to be on the side of love and learn how to give and not take, right? So I was in Stillwater, I was just giving, I was just, I had to realize that I wasn't happy with myself, and I thought I wasn't never going home. So then I seen a lot of people crumble underneath the pressure of prison, and I had to realize that happiness is within, and I had to figure out a way that I could grow even in my environment. I cannot give back from how I took away. I always think about that everything happens for a reason, and so I had to learn how to take advantage of all the opportunities that was given me in Stillwater.
Can you talk a little bit about, you talked about the harm that your offense caused. Who was harmed by what you did, and in what ways?
His family was harmed because I know they loved him so much, and he played a big part in his family, and I know that me taking him from them, it changed the course of a lot of people in his family. It did hurt them, and I know even the people that was there with me, I know this harmed them, and it affected their lives and the community as a whole. I know if something happened in my community and there's a murder or anything like that, I know it would put a certain amount of fear in me, and it would make me look at where I stay, what's going on around me. I know his sister, she had reached out to me, and I had talked with her, and I explained to her, how I apologize and the situation. I explained it to her, and I felt that she needed a certain amount of closure. And I didn't even know how to do that until I went through restorative justice. And I seen people learn how to heal through the truth and just being humble and admitting the tragedy that I bestowed upon them.
You talked about his family. Mm-hmm. Who's the his you're referring to? I mean, I know, but
Frederick,
say the name, right?
Frederick Pitts.
Right.
Frederick Pitts. Yeah, this really harmed his sister, her kids. I think he had like, I think, Mr. Pitts, I think he had like another sister, but since I think she's passed away, but it did affect his family real, a lot because they really loved him. And I even affected my family. I victimized my family and my kids who I've been gone almost 30 years from their lives, and I know this really affected them. I affected my parents, the shame that I brought on my family. Nobody else in my family is incarcerated but me.
When you think about getting out, and you've been locked up for 27 years, it's a long time. What challenges do you anticipate when you leave prison?
I don't anticipate any work challenges because I believe I'm a hard worker and being stable financially. I don't anticipate that. I just anticipate I have my kids and they really love me a lot. And I have people who really love me. And I feel like a lot of them will try to take up a lot of my time. It will want a lot of mine. And I know when I first get out, going through ISR and things like that, I have to more channel my time and energy towards meeting certain goals to become stable. So I think that would be a challenge with so many people wanting a part of my time and energy.
Okay. If you were having if things were not going well for you, how would people around you know it? What would it look like? What would they see in you?
Well, I'm a real vocal person, so I think I'm gonna try to work around people who, inspire me because a lot of people have job connections for me. So I want to be around them so I can have them to turn to. And I'm gonna have people I can always talk to. So when I get frustrated, I want to be able to reach out to them before it gets to a level of being lost and frustrated. I want to get to them and talk to them about the beginning because it's easy to talk to them because I know they feel and they went through exactly the things that I'm going through. So I know I'm not alone in having these type of feelings. I just have to reach out to the people who's made it past those hurdles.
I'm going to open it up here to others to ask questions, but can you talk a little bit about what your release plan would look like? Just walk us through what you envision if you were to be granted parole at some time. What would that look like?
Before I get to parole, I want to contact the RAIN organization because they'll send me an application and I can pay my rent up for maybe 2-3 months in advance. They have small places that I can transition into. I know I'll be on ISR, which is not really a bad thing because all the people I know that went through ISR learn how to structure their life. And I feel it'll teach me how to structure my life. I can see myself having a solid, stable job, being active at least 2 times a week in my religious community. And then I have 2 nonprofit organizations that I want to be a part of because hopefully I can be an inspiration to others and getting their life in order. So I want to be a part of certain nonprofit organizations that can put me around a community of people that's like-minded. So I won't have a lot of free time, but I do want to spend time with my grandchildren, be able to take them, and spend time with them and make up for the time that I couldn't spend with my children. I can spend time with my grandchildren, giving them the same type of love that I know my children missed.
At this time, I'd open it up for members to ask Mr. Holt, any questions you may have for him.
Mr. Holt, is your daughter still a police officer in Detroit?
She's transitioning to another force. So I'm not sure exactly which. I know it's like one of the suburbs of Detroit. So I haven't been in touch with her like last month, but she told me she's transitioning to another police department.
At one point in your file, and I'm not exactly sure when it was, she had offered you housing if you were to be released. Is that still the situation?
Oh yeah, my daughter, I have different people who financially, like my father, my mother, my daughter. I have a certain group of financial support people that want to be able to set up my housing, things of that nature.
What I'm trying to understand is where, if your daughter offered you housing and she's in the Detroit area and you lived with your uncle before, which was kind of the turning point when you moved to Detroit, got in with the wrong crowd, that signals some concern about what would happen if you returned to that area.
No, I don't want to return. I want to be here. I want to be here where I can help the community here. I don't want to be. So the housing, whatever I determine the housing is, she'll just help me finance where I want to be. She's not determining where I go.
I see. Thank you for clarifying that. And then there's an indication that you have had intermittent mental health treatment. Is that right?
No, I never had any mental health.
You never had mental health treatment?
No.
Okay. Well,
Here. Oh, I seen the psychologist here for this hearing. I seen him, but I never had any interaction like in Stillwater or never had any mental health issues.
okay. I think that's all. I thank you for clarifying those areas for me, Mr. Holt.
Yep, thank you.
Members have other questions?
I did have a question for Mr. Holt. Within the comprehensive assessment document, one of the things that you described is that you, in terms of peers that you spend time with within the facility, you spend a lot of time with those who, with other life sentenced individuals, as well as those who have returned to prison after violating conditions of their release.
Right.
So I found that really interesting, and I'm just wondering if specifically those that have returned,
Right.
have you gained any insight in visiting with them? Or I'm just kind of curious, what is that interaction like? I'm just kind of looking for a little bit more on that, because that really jumped out at me and was kind of curious about it.
I hear so many people talk about how things have changed since I've been out. How a lot of people don't have compassion, and it's just a lot of things that's missing that used to be there, and that's missing, and it's hard for me to really understand what they're saying. So I try to channel in and deal with the people who keep coming back and forth, so I can understand what's really going on mentally, what's going on, and what's going on in the community, right? And it gives me a chance to give them a sense of direction and how they really have control over their life, and that the community isn't what dictates what you do, it's really you, right? So in giving to them, they give to me, so I can understand before I get there what I'm going to be dealing with, the mind state of people when I get there. It's something you can't just make up from being in here so long.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I think that was my only other question.
Anybody else?
Mr. Holt, there seems to be a suggestion that one of the goals for you should be developing a savings plan.
Yes.
And I was wondering, has it been difficult for you over the years to save money? And if so, what have you done to address that?
Well, during the Stillwater time, it was kind of hard because my kids was having different situations with them, and I would always reach out and do whatever I can to give them direction, and then sometimes it would take finances to help them. But since transitioning here, it's been a little bit difficult, but I was working overnight to save money. But I have a small savings, which is very small, like $3,000. But what I come to realize is that I just really have to structure myself and save more and think more about myself than others, because it's my responsibility to make sure I'm secure before I get out. So going to minimum, that's the one thing I want to do, is save and get on track to save. And I want to work with the person who I gave power of attorney. I want to work with my power of attorney to establish my checking account and not just a savings account, to where I can build my credit up and do things of that nature. So then I understand that my housing is connected to my credit and things of that nature for the future. So that's another thing that I was talking about, moving to minimum, so I can focus on myself and all the things that I need to do for myself.
So at this point, you really don't have a savings plan. You're just committed to trying to develop more savings as you go forward. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair, but I even have family members like my father and different people who have savings for me. But what I'm trying to do is I want to consolidate that in my one account, to where I can give a direct accounting to you all, so you'll know exactly where I am financially.
Mr. Holt, can you just describe, that's helpful. That would be really a great thing if you could pull that together. I just would be interested in seeing that. But
Okay.
I have a question for you though about, just walk us through. So how long have you been at Faribault?
I've been at Faribault like 2 years now.
2 years. And prior to that, you were in Stillwater?
Yes, I was in Stillwater the whole time. I never went anywhere else.
So that you were there from start to your move.
Yes.
So it's about 25 years.
25 years in Stillwater alone.
Tell us about how the transition was, going from Stillwater, where you were for 25 years, and to moving to Faribault.
I didn't think it was hard because, I look forward to moving, right? And it was a little different because you're in the cell with other people and things of that nature, but I'm pretty good at getting along with people, so I didn't really have a problem with that. It's a lot more space. You can move around a lot more. It's less programs, and it's a different kind of structure of people. Because a lot of new people coming here that doesn't know how to do time and things of that nature. So it just took me to adjust. I just had to adjust and understand that there was a point when I didn't know anything. So I understand I'm dealing with a lot of people that don't know a lot of things. So I just do my part by whatever I can do to help. I just help. It wasn't hard.
Wasn't hard. Okay. And you mentioned that just moving, that if you were to be able to step down, that you think that that you kind of indicated that you believe that would help you, I think, better transition and help you better prepare for this transition. Why is that again? What is it about?
Because, a lot of people bring this up to me. I always say I do so much for other people, but I don't do as much for myself. And I didn't really realize that till I started to, me being a rep in here where I meet with the administration and I'm dealing with people and their problems and they bring them to me and I take them to administration. or when there's problems at work, when we was out there at work and I'm dealing with those type of things, or me being a religious rep, or the one that facilitate the religious groups here. A lot of these things are outside of myself that I have to deal with. But I feel going to minimum, the only person I have to deal with is myself and the things that I need to grow. So I'm going to take steps so I can grow. And I know that being able to go, like even on ICWIT, when we go into the community and deal with different jobs, even though they're hard, it just gives me a chance to see parts of the world and look forward to being in the world.
Great. Anybody else have anything for? Go ahead.
I did have a quick follow-up question. I think I read that you were on the wait list for the Decision Points program, or have you started that?
No, I'm almost through with it. I have 2 more weeks to complete the Decision Points.
Okay, all right. So how long is Decision Points?
It's like 14 weeks, 14 to 16 weeks, somewhere in there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. At this point, I'm going to open it up here and just ask your advocate and support person here, and we want to say thank you so much for being here today. It means a lot to have you present. And I'd like to just open the floor to you at this stage of the game to provide any insights or thoughts you have to the board. You hear us okay?
Frank.
Who is it?
Frank?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would like to have some input with Holt at Stillwater back when he was working for me in upholstery shop doing pillows, mattresses, custom furniture. I've seen him firsthand influence younger kids to do the right thing, meaning that I was on the probably edge of letting them go to send them back to the unit because they weren't working out. But he'd grab them aside and say, "Oh no, he's a good worker. I'll talk to him." He motivated some of these young guys to actually. I seen them where we'd go back on the end of the day, and all these young guys in different shops would kind of look up to this shorty to Clarence, Mr. Holt. And it was like these are 18, 19, 20-year-old kids, and he's probably, I don't know, I've been out of there 6 years now, retired, and it just made me feel a good sense of who is this guy? I mean, I just hired this guy. I don't know who this guy is, but I heard of him. So when I bring him out, he inspired me on the things and thoughts that he had and what he wants to do when he leaves. You know, just because of how he could communicate with anybody, staff, young, old, doesn't matter. He would give him his insight on how he handles situation. He would de-escalate situations that I've seen with younger kids coming through, and even the older generations that were quite not ready to grow up yet, so to say, I call it. I've seen him change in ways that he probably didn't see, but I recognize everybody that was out there on when they came to work. Was a good example was I had lost a guy that was closing mattresses up. Well, this mattress machine sews sideways. So your knee is being pushed as you're moving side to side. You're doing side steps, sewing the mattresses shut. Well, not a whole lot of guys can actually do it. So I kind of bring him through, and I says, the only opening I have is closing these mattresses up, and if you can do it, I'm gonna hire you. But it's the easiest sewing machine in the shop. I mean, you'll get it right away, which was kind of a setup for him to succeed in a way that I didn't want to say it was the hardest, because then he would be defeated before he started. So he basically, within a week, he got it. A week later, I let him know that he was learning on the hardest machine in the shop, and he stayed with it the whole time that I was there until the incident happened in 18. And everything shut down. But I could say Holt, Clarence Holt, Mr. Holt, has inspired me to give other young guys a chance to to set the record straight of who they are and give them a chance. It kind of helped me motivate a younger generation to come through and teach them something. A lot of them had 20, 30 years, some life. On that aspect, we even talked about, on the phone after I retired and reconnected within the last couple of years since he's been in Faribault, that, I do have a nonprofit name, and to have a young generation through the system, have him come and work with me to motivate these young kids, because I've seen it. I haven't found anybody inside like him that has that drive. And for him to successfully go to a minimum and complete that, I mean, there is something out there that I would be willing to step out. I mean, I do mentor to guys getting out now. They call me up. I just went to a picnic with guys that are all doing well, 20, 30 years out. So I did bring a guy with me that he had to work at too, but he came for an hour and a half. So I do partake in these guys' lives that are already out doing well. If they're not doing well, I don't entertain it, but I do try to stop anything from going to the next level. If they call me up, I'll come and get them. I'll bring them to the gym. I got a free membership for anybody that wants to come with me, and I've done that too. So I don't know. I just kind of feel inspired by Mr. Holt on when he worked for me, and when he asked me to reach out, I still communicate with him on the phone. I've came and seen him one incident since I think they did construction at Faribault. I'm just waiting to hear back on another individual so I could see two of them. But with that, I have to say I'd like to see Holt move on to the next level of transitioning to society, because I think he would be a success. I would be there to help him. I'd be there to support him in any way that I can. Financially, I mean, I'm still doing upholstery on the outside. I'm still trying to get something going with a nonprofit. I haven't gave up yet. My time's not up yet. I still am connected with these guys in a positive manner to do the right thing when no one's looking. And that's where I'm at with that. So with that, I mean, there's some guys that I wouldn't even consider to even be on a Zoom to support them. But Mr. Clarence Holt is one of them. I mean, there's a few guys. I probably went through 1,000 guys in 20 years. I'm hiring and firing, letting go, giving a second chance, progressive discipline. I mean, I've been through it all. I mean, it was a good stretch for me until it ended. I probably would have had 5 more years left if that wouldn't have happened. But it happened, and it's the way it goes. Part of life. But like I said, I'm still in touch with Mr. Clarence Holt, and I will continue to support him in any way that I can to help him transition out. So, I mean, with that, I appreciate the time that you give me to come out. I mean, even be on Zoom. And I just want to thank you guys for your time. And I'd like to, still support him in any way that I can.
Well, I just want to say thank you for all your years of service and for your ongoing commitment to this. I think obviously you embody, I think what we had hoped for is that, this is really at some level a calling, and it sounds like that's what it's been for you. And that even after you're retired, you're still committed to it. And I admire that. So thank you.
Thank you. This is something that I do on my own time. I'm not looking to get paid. I'm looking to help and reach back to people that want to do the right thing when no one's looking. And if you're not doing the right thing and you're in some kind of thing, don't call me. I'm not, I'll help you before you get there. But if you're into something that I'm not into, then I'll keep it moving. I don't entertain that. If it's work, gym, or even a communication that you want to talk about, whatever it is in life to get through it. I mean, I've been there, I've done that. So it's something that I enjoy doing, and I'll continue to do it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Yes, thank you too.
Mr. Holt, well, let me just see if there's anybody has any other questions for Mr. Holt or Frank at this stage before we move on. So, Mr. Holt, before the board begins its discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to open the floor for you to provide any final comment or information that you feel is important for the board to consider.
I'm just excited. I'm excited to move forward because you know, when I look at, you know, about my parents still being alive and things of that nature, I just want them to be able to see who I truly am now, not just in prison, but in the community. That's why I look forward to moving forward because, you know, I just want them to see the new me, and I want to transition to where I can be the things that I'm motivated to be.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or interruptions. And with that, I would open it to the floor for any conversations or any thoughts that board members want to share.
Well, I'd like to see them go to minimum and work release, but we can't make a motion for that, correct? It has to be no parole because he can't be paroled at this time.
Correct. He has 3 years remaining before he would be eligible for parole. So I guess one of the questions would be, you know, obviously, from a board standpoint, the board, I guess, what would be the board's wishes? Would you want to see the agency, and certainly would look at, you know, some of the things that was suggested, step down at some point, and then, you know, to move them to minimum, and then we could come see him. We could also, assuming everything he complies with conditions, after some period or term, could move him to work release and then see him at his 3-year point, which is, so it really would depend. The one thing that, and again, I'm not suggesting that there would be any challenges or problems. One of the things that I always find, you know, Mr. Holt was quite young when he came in, relatively speaking. 27 years in, he's had, in 25 years, he's had 2 moves in his life. Lived at Stillwater and then lived in Faribault. And one of the things that for many of us that when I was, you know, probably most of us when we're at Mr. Holt's age, maybe have had a couple other moves, whether it's apartments or friends or homes or school or whatever it may have been. And while it sounds like he managed that transition pretty well over the 2 years, it still is a change. And I bring this up just because one of the things as I read this, I thought about, you know, we got 3 years time to manage here. And the one question I thought was, you know, do we even do a short-term move to another medium for 6 months, right? To see, just to get that experience of, again, another transition, and then move them to minimum. And then he has a chunk of time because it's a fairly long time in minimum, and work release can be challenging. What we've started to see, I think, when it gets to be much longer than a year or a year and a half max, that is really gets to be tough, right, for people that are in the halfway houses and those sorts of things, just given all that goes on there. So I think it's about how do we use the time. I certainly am not trying to hold them back. I'm trying to just, you know, manage some of the transition things at all. You know, it seems like he's done, you know, quite well.
Commissioner, is that something? I mean, is that something the board? Is that something that we would make in a motion, or is it more like just internally within the Department of Corrections? Is that something you guys would look at doing as part of the step down process? Because I tend to agree with what you said. I mean, I'll just be honest with you. I think that you know, I very much agree with everything you said. I mean, some of those, you know, there's challenges in learning to adapt to change, and you know, as Mr. Holt had indicated, he had 25 years almost at Stillwater, and so he hasn't had a lot of movement, and there's just some value in, I think, kind of learning to adapt to some of those things. But is that something that the board is required to make a suggestion on, or kind of the movement of facilities obviously sounds like it's more an internal Department of Corrections?
Yeah, I think that is, although I think for me, I think it's important that as we're thinking about this from what's the plan as a board and what it is that, we'd like to see him experience and go through. I think, obviously the thoughts of the board in terms of what that looks like, especially if depending upon how you want to see him. It can be really, I'll just say this, but it can be challenging when you do short. Let's just say we were to say let's see him in 18 months, and then we're going to see him again in 18 months after that. The more meetings we put in place, it can create more challenges for us as we try to manage a calendar. At the same time, from a department standpoint, we would want to really take the input of the board and say, these are the things that we would like to see happen and tested, or programs, or different things for him to participate in. And assuming that he meets all of the conditions and those sorts of things, that if the wishes of the board were to move him forward and see him at the, nearer or closer to the time of his actual eligibility date, then we could do that. So it's a both and, I guess, answer to your question. I think the department has that ability to move people, but at the same time, I think as part of the board's kind of thought around how it is we would like to move someone forward, I think it might be best to think about it as a package at some level.
How many years will he have on supervised release? When, just assuming he does well, and he's done his 30 years, is it 1/3 of 30?
Nope, he would have up to and including the remainder of his life.
Okay.
But we also have the ability, and we'll be talking more about this, but there is policies in place that after a period of time, they can petition the board for discharge. The board actually has the power to discharge people from supervised release after a period of demonstrated success in the community and so forth. And that has happened a number of instances where people have been discharged from supervision after they've done that well. And so, and often 10, 12 years, something like that, in supervision, because at that time, assuming they've done really well, their supervision levels are very, they're not, they may be talking to the agent monthly, and just that maybe by phone, maybe just a paper check-in. So because they've really demonstrated their success.
Commissioner, I think you mentioned 6 months in another medium facility before going to work release, and then going to minimum. Actually, before going to minimum, and then minimum would be another year,
maybe a year, and then you would move, and then you look a year-ish, and by the time we get them done, it'd probably be looking at work release about 18 months out, something like that. By the time you did these transitions, it takes us a little bit of time to affect the move, and then, but that's just one option, and I'm not suggesting it's the best option. We've done some of this in the past just because I think it's easier to help. I think even the folks who have been in these settings manage some different transitions that life has not provided them that opportunity, and that's.
What is your view then about having a review in 2 years, which would be a year before his parole eligibility date, but would give a chance to see what his 6 month in another medium facility, then
a chunk of time.
A chunk of time in minimum. Would that?
I think that would give him he would have about a year if we did it at that time. Would you say before we move him to work release? Is that what you're thinking? So
I was thinking that might be an incentive for him to get to work release by doing well in the transitions.
I think that's certainly not an uncommon way to do it. The one challenge is that we would, and I guess this is just a question for board members just broadly, and we've done it both ways. That you could see him at that 1 year prior to his mandatory minimum date, and you could grant a presumptive parole date at that stage. Right. Assuming all of these things were in place, And so then it would be a report back from the facilities to the board, just saying that, you know, in this case, Mr. Holt has, you know, met all of the qualifications. Therefore, the board has already acted essentially presumptively. So we don't see him again. That just helps us manage the calendar better. Again, I'm not trying to not see people, but we do the transition and you see him 2 months before his minimum, and you set the date then. So I mean, there's just a way of.
I like the first alternative. I think that makes sense. It gives him one more opportunity before the board.
I agree. I tend to kind of fall in line with that as well. And kind of to your point, then it almost becomes just a paper review, assuming everything else has gone well. One more, you know, quick look at it without him necessarily being present, but just a chance for, you know, facility to provide an update on how things have been going. And I agree. I think that makes sense.
I actually don't agree, but I'm trying to figure out what's, you know, I really respect what you said, Commissioner, about being in work release more than a year is problematic. I trust that. The moving around deal and delaying a decision, how does that relate to recidivism? I mean, I don't think I've seen anything here that says he's going to go out and commit another offense. He may go out and have challenges, and then he'll be on supervised release. So, you know, I don't want to hold things up, but
Your question is really the efficacy of removal.
Yeah. Do we need to check on him when we have people who are around him all the time? And if it doesn't go well, then could he come back?
I think it's hard. I think it's hard from the standpoint of, again, in this case, we didn't have direct victim involvement. But if something does turn up, to make a decision now can be and we've had this happen before, where we have things were in motion and all of a sudden,
right,
and then it becomes really difficult to make a presumptive decision too far in advance. You know, where that's happened oftentimes is in those cases where there was a long consecutive sentence. We may have said, as long as you do X, Y, and Z, we're going to presumptively parole even 3 years in advance. But they also had another stint, a fairly long stint following that. I think the only thing that the move buys, and again, I think where we have seen, I think some of the challenges when we moved people either to minimum or to work release, sometimes that change because they have been in places for long periods of time is just and we've heard this from so many of the folks who've gone out, just what a weird experience it was just to be outside the fence and adapt to different environments, and then and in preparation for the halfway house, which I think can really be a hard transition, in part because you have such a mix of different people, not different than the prison, but you're that much closer to the community and to the street and to all of those things. I don't have any. I think it's really about trying to. It's less about a concern that he is likely to fail. I think it's more about pliability. At least this is Paul Schnell's small view, right? And so I'm not suggesting that I have evidence other than anecdotal feedback from what we heard from people. So I think it's a fair question.
To your point, I think it's a fair question. I don't see it as checking up on him so much as giving support to the step down and where he will ultimately end up. And, you know, an opportunity for him to feel good about the step down and feel that there's something within reach. So I don't see it as... Well, and that's my concern about delaying. You know, he comes to this hearing, he's done so well, and it's not quite within his reach. And I'm looking at all this going, he deserves a chance. But I think that the contrary is also, or the opposing view is also that, to Commissioner Schnell's point, the transition. We want him to succeed in a transition. We don't want him to get out there and say, I haven't had an opportunity. He's trying to gain that insight by talking to people who've been failures and come back to prison. But we want him to succeed by having that opportunity.
Well, what if we transitioned him to minimum? That's a change. And then he stays there, and then the last year, if everything goes well, he goes to work release, another change.
I'd
And
be
then if
interested.
work release goes well, then boom, he's got a huge change.
I'd be interested in your views on that, Commissioner.
I mean, I will just say we've done it both ways. And for me, it's always been a little bit of, sometimes we've seen people who've had a lot more movement in the system, right? Just that they've been, St. Cloud and Stillwater, and they were at Boost, and they may have gone to Lino, we were at Treatment. And so what ended up happening is they just, because of just programming needs that they had a lot more experiences with, making transitions and roommates and different things that they have to adapt to. That's the only. I'm not suggesting that Mr. Holt necessarily benefits, but I part of it is I don't know what I don't know, and there's nothing to suggest he hasn't managed that well, given the fact that he's been here for 2 years and has done quite well. At the same time, I start to think about like what are there things that minimum is going to be moving them to minimum is a viable option, but I think it is pretty static in some level, in some respects. Mm-hmm. There is an element of somewhat more limited programming because you're spending a chunk of your day outside and crews, most typically, out with a crew leader and working in the community settings, and then brought back every night. And there are some aftercare things which Mr. Holt does not have, but you're not going to find as robust a programming thing. And so then you have 2 years where it does become a little bit more of a desert. And I don't want to make it sound like it's like a desert, like there's nothing to do, but it is not. It's just not as programming rich as medium environments because it is that last phase, and a lot of it's focused on that outside stuff. So I guess that's really the. That's the question, and I don't want it to be. The last thing I would want to do is have it to be punitive. It's not, because it wouldn't be, for me. It's not about punitive. It's all about just how do we provide experiences that are about transition, that are about moving in. And yet I hear what you're saying, that being outside is being outside. The fence. Moving to another medium is an inside the fence proposition. But I also think that each of these facilities is so different when you start to talk about the programming opportunities or the different things that they could do. And I'm also just intrigued by, what does Mr. Holt have to offer other environments that we have? We have places like Moose where they have a life or a community that is really, really very active and and a lot of people who are in and around kind of his time that are very focused on how do you build a better community within. So I gotta know. I'm raising this thing as an option. I could go either way. I just start to think about how do we make the most of his time. And because he's got 3 years minimum to do, and so what does that look like? If he were to have, we could run him and continue him for 2 years, and then see him. We could and then transition either to do a 6 month or a whatever, and then transition them up to a minimum. Or we can move them out to minimum. It really, I don't know that there's a wrong thing to do. It's really about what feels more right, I guess, is the question.
Work release, so it's part of the 3 years.
Work release would be a part of that 3 years. So if he were to be seen, if we were to continue him for 2, and he would see him in 2 years, and then that could be the time when he transitions to work release, or it could be, or we could see him in 3 and make work release built in. So it just would depend. Other thoughts?
So what would the motion be if we were to propose that the department transfer him to another medium facility, with then the next step being minimum and a review in 2 years?
I think it would be a term of continuance of 2 years. With that, a recommendation that the department look at a step down that includes a short-term stop-off at another medium site, and then a transition at 6 months or whatever to move before moving to a minimum. Something like that.
So moved.
Okay. All right. There's a motion for that. It's for a 2-year continuance.
So just to clarify, it's a deny parole.
Deny parole.
2-year continuance. Transitionally, it would be another medium for a period of time and to minimum, but not work releasing.
Correct. And 2 years, I'm assuming 2 years, we would see him prior to his transition to work release. So
that would be my intent.
Yeah. There's a motion on that. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Further discussion. Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Board member Alexander.
Yes.
Board member Bray.
No.
Board member Larson.
Yes.
Board member Ramstead.
Yes.
And board member Schnell will vote yes. So it's 4-1 motion. So it would be a denied parole at this time, continuance for a period of 2 years. The department would be recommended that we would make a transition to another medium for a shorter term placement, 6 months ish, and then transition to a minimum a facility based on the recommendation of the facility would be my wishes, and then based on where he feels like he'd be best served, and certainly Mr. Holt can weigh in on that with his team at the facility, and if there's a place that he thinks would be a good minimum site for that to happen, and then he would be seen in the 2 years prior to his transition to work release. And so that motion prevails 4-1. So Mr. Holt, you heard the board's decision that the denial of parole is not such an uncommon thing, right? Because we don't generally grant. You wouldn't have expected to get a date today, probably. But what will happen is that we will direct that the facility would initiate a transfer. That transfer, as you heard, would be a short-term transfer to another medium site. And I would just, this is Paul Schnell speaking. I would encourage you to make the most of that. But I would really encourage you to really think about this from the standpoint of what's that experience like for you? What are the easy parts? What are the challenging parts? How do you kind of build yourself into that new community? Because that's a new community. You're going to have some people that I'm certain, people who you spent some time with along the way, And then it's the board's desire to see you in 2 years, which would be a year prior to your minimum term of confinement, which time they would be looking to transition you, assuming all goes well. And it would be their discretion at that stage to determine whether or not they would grant a presumptive parole date or they would want to see you again. It could go either way. I just would say that, we'll see how that all shakes out as we go. So, minimally, I think we would expect that you would, remain discipline-free during the course of that time. But don't have any grand concerns about that, given your history. I certainly would recommend that you continue to maintain with, your positive contacts with Frank and Antonio and those other the nonprofit groups that you talked about, and really use this time. And I hope that you hear in the board that there is an acknowledgement of the good that you've done and that you continue to do and the progress you've made over the course of time. And assuming that continues, it sounds to me like there is generally considerable support for you in moving forward. Any questions about that?
I want to know what is the 6-month transition look like after the 6 months? Because a lot of times things are said, but then the people who's supposed to make it happen, they're not connected. And so then it'll say that, like, say I move to Lino Lakes and I'm there 6 months and I'm programming things. Then they say, well, they didn't tell me directly, or I don't know who says that you're able to move to minimum and things of that nature. A lot of times people get stuck.
And Mr. Holt, if there's any concerns about that, you can reach out to me or have your case manager or to Ms. Holmes-Larson, and we will make sure that happens in accordance with this direction.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, not a problem. And I appreciate you raising the question.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Well, congratulations. I think you're well on your way, and good work on your part. Frank, thank you so much for what you're doing. Thank you again for your service, and we really appreciate you being here today.
Yeah, and I
All
appreciate
right, thank you for your time.
Yeah,
I appreciate you.
Good luck, Mr. Holt.
All right, thank
All right,
you,
take care.
everybody. Faribault, if you just we're going to mute you until we get set up for the next review with Mr. Schneider, please. For those of you who are listening online, we'll be ready to go here shortly on our next review with Mr. Cletus Schneider.
It's still no on that navigate. It's still
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, wait.
There's a change.
His daughter.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, he's ready.
And the advocates.
The advocate's sitting there.
With them.
Should move
Off to the side.
on camera. Sit next to him, maybe.
All right, I'm ready, Aubrey.
Go ahead.
For those of you at the Faribault Correctional Facility, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Rebecca Holmes-Larson. I'm the Director of Hearings and Release Unit and the advisor for the Special Supervised Release Board.
During COVID.
So he's trying to put his hearing aid in.
Okay.
Oh, we can give him a minute.
He's been instructed
Sorry.
that you have to leave the unit to put it in. So.
During COVID, I had the mask over this ear. I had my glasses over this ear.
So
I had my hearing aid over this ear.
Is it on?
It's sort of in there. So he may need you to relay what they say.
If you can't hear something, let me know,
Okay.
and I'll probably say it in Spanish because I'm an interpreter by trade, and that's my automatic.
All right, yell.
And I don't know which, this has got a rocker switch on it. I don't know if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I don't know.
Mr. Schneider, can you hear me?
Yes. Say it again.
Mr. Schneider, can you hear me?
I didn't get all of that.
Mr. Schneider, can you hear me?
No.
You may just have to talk really loud. There's
All right, you
nothing else
guys,
we can do.
let me know if we need to stop for a moment or not. I'm going to try to continue here.
I can always turn you up, Becky, if we need to.
Now, why don't you try
Thanks,
that?
Aaron.
Yep. Let me turn
All right, we're here today to review.
No.
Oh.
We're here today to review Mr. Cletus Schneider, who's present on video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in
I
Faribault.
can't stop.
They're talking.
Hang on one second. Do they have the ability to stream on this?
Can you guys look up? Aaron, are you able
I
to
can
look
see.
up
Yes,
the-
I can see you on the computer and all that stuff.
The problem is it's like a 30-second delay.
Yeah.
Right.
Nope, I got you. Here.
Can we try that link for him
Yep. Here, I'm gonna
and
see if I
see
can.
if he's able to hear that better?
All right, can you mute yourselves?
You can mute on your end.
Oh,
This one?
I cannot mute my end.
yep. Yeah. Nope, I got you. Okay.
Can we try that link for him
Yep.
Oh, there's.
Here, let's
and
see if I
see if he's able to hear that better?
Can you hear me better? Can you mute yourselves?
Would that be the hold button on here?
No,
You can mute on your end.
I can mute it. I just have to.
This one?
I cannot mute mine.
Can you hear that better now?
Can they read the script?
Commissioner, let me help.
Go ahead, John.
Ma'am, the TV remote does not help with the volume. It's the white iPad there. And I've already turned that up. So.
So that's already up, John, Max?
Nope, I turned it up manually on my side.
Okay, all right.
All right, so the laptop may work.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to speak to you then.
We'll have Aaron turn on the mic.
Okay.
No, their volume is increased over 25%. They should be able to hear us fine.
Can you hear us at the facility?
They have to unmute.
You have to unmute. Can you speak on your end?
Oh, she's trying to.
No, they turned the volume
public
back
link, you
down.
can't
I need the help out here.
Okay.
Yeah, you
go ahead,
can't
Jim.
speak from the public link,
Yeah, are
Should
they
be
on
able to hear us
the,
fine.
they need to be on the public link.
but they
Can you
can't.
hear us at
You can't interact that way.
Okay, but she could at least
Yes,
hear
I can hear you at the facility.
unmute?
At the facility, could you please turn down the volume on the iPad
Can you
or on,
try again?
on the PC?
Can you
Yeah,
We'll
turn
see
your
that you're
PC
at.
down because otherwise it's going
Can
to
you-
go wrong.
Oh, she's trying to.
No, they turned the volume
Public
back
link,
down.
you can't
I need the help out here.
Okay.
Yeah, you
go ahead.
can't speak from the public link,
Yeah,
Are
Should be able to hear us fine.
they need to be on the public link.
but they
Can you
can't.
hear us at
You can't interact that way.
She could at least.
Yes, I can hear you at the facility.
unmute?
They'll start out.
At the facility, could you please turn down the volume on the
Can
iPad
you
or on,
try again?
on the PC?
Oh, on the PC.
Yeah.
We'll see that.
Okay.
You can hear us now, correct, at the facility?
Yes.
Fairly loud, louder than the laptop was?
Say again?
No. We'll just have to repeat everything. We can repeat everything for him. He doesn't.
Okay.
His hearing aids don't work very well. Try putting it actually into your ear, Mr. Schneider. It's like picking out.
I can't tell what's louder and what's softer.
I don't know. We figured it out last time.
There's a rocker switch on it.
Just put that in your ear, like into there. Is it better?
That's better.
Yeah, it gotta go in your ear. That's what a hearing aid is.
I
Inside.
thought it was in there.
Oh, good. Hopefully
All
that
right,
will make a big
let's try this. I apologize. He didn't have it in his ear socket. So let's try that.
Thank you, Aaron.
Better?
We're here to review Cletus Schneider, who is present on video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Faribault. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and the Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Also present are the rest of the Supervised Release Board members, Member Christine Bray, Member Raina Alexander, Member Andrew Larson, Member Cheryl Ramstad. Mr. Schneider has his daughter and advocate present with him today at the facility. Thank you for coming, Ms. Blanco.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me know.
Mr. Schneider, our records indicate that on June 13th of 1997 in Burnsville, Minnesota, Cletus Schneider killed his wife, Dorothy Sandberg, in their home. The autopsy revealed that Dorothy Sandberg died of strangulation and blunt force trauma to her head. On March 19th of 1998, Cletus Schneider was sentenced to life by Dakota County District Court after having been found guilty of murder in the first degree.
Well, can you understand?
Can you hear okay, or do you want to try this? Yeah,
I'm interrupting for a second.
I can hear.
EW is bringing a device to hopefully help.
Yeah.
So we can see. So if you put these on,
Okay.
I don't know if he wants to take the hearing aid out now, because it might squelch into his ear.
see, I'm going to turn this on, but I'm going to try and put this down really low.
Let's say he's been instructed yesterday too.
I can hear. I can hear, yes.
Better?
Test. Can you hear what's being said?
I can, yes.
You can hear
Thank you, Assistant Warden Westfall. Appreciate it.
That's great.
All right.
And then there's a volume on the sides to up video. We don't know how
If you need volume up or volume down, it's on here.
All right.
But that's a possibility.
So they're starting.
So I just left my laptop there so we can see
Yeah,
that.
I'm sorry, I can't help you that
Nope.
one.
All right, if somebody can remove the bag from the table, please.
Sorry.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Schneider, today's review represents your initial review before serving after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration. Your minimum parole eligibility date will occur on August 11th of 2027. Thank you, and I'll turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Schneider. How are you today?
Say again.
How are you today?
Oh, I'm fine.
Mr. Schneider, I'd like to start by asking you what you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Starting by asking you what you would like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, of today's meeting, I guess ultimately I would like to see me medically released to reside on the outside on probation or whatever.
Starting by asking you what you
You know, I've discussed this with my daughter, with my sister, with my niece, about living with them on the outside, and that's essentially what I would like to see done today.
Okay.
What are you trying to do?
I've read the statute. I am aware of 344.05. I think 344.05. What the commissioner's latitude is, etc.
So, Mr. Schneider, I think there is, just to speak to the authority of the board, if somebody wants to maybe share this with him as we go.
Speaking to the authority of the board.
I believe that you're maybe referring to conditional medical release.
I believe you're referring to conditional medical release?
Medical.
Yes, that is correct.
Conditional medical release is outside of the authority of the supervised release board.
It's outside of the authority of the supervised release board.
Whose authority is it within?
It is the conditional medical release is the authority of the commissioner.
Okay, so it's in the authority of the commissioner.
Correct. And so the challenge here is that today's convening is a convening of the supervised release board, and the board does not have jurisdiction over conditional medical release.
The board does not have jurisdiction over conditional medical release.
Okay.
So today's meeting is really about the question of supervised release or parole.
Okay, well, that's in 3 years. Anything at my age can happen within 3 years. Is that
which I understand? I just want to be clear, though, that that conditional medical release also has some statutory requirements that that we don't need to get into here. We can have an offline conversation with your case manager and others about that. But today is really about the question of just even the question of readiness for release. So you indicate that if you were that you believe that you'd like to be released. What makes you think you're ready to be released?
Well, from what I've read, it costs over $70,000 a year to maintain anybody within a correctional facility over 65 years of age. I'm 86. I'm in my 87th year. I have a list about that long of things that are wrong with me. Although I'd like to think that I don't have anything wrong with me.
What makes you think you're ready for release?
Why do I think I'm ready for release? Well, I wasn't 17 when I was charged with the crime and committed to the DOC. I wasn't 27, I wasn't 37, 47, or 57. I was in my 60s. And nothing in the law relates to anything about anybody being in their 60s. Yes, the law says if you're 17 years age or younger, then this. If you're 17, then this. If you're 17, then this. Doesn't say anything if you were 61 years old. First of all, as far as I'm concerned, I've been a model prisoner for 27 years incarceration. I have never said a bad word to anybody. I have never assaulted anybody. I have a perfect record. The only time that I recall being accused of something is that it was the very first time in my lifetime that I had ever been put down for something positive. I was scraping the paint off the floor of a cell that I was in that had been used as a shower when the showers in the unit were being rebuilt. And you could pull the paint off the floor in strips, except I'd done all of that and I was scraping the very bottom. That was the only time that I've been chastised for anything really positive that I've ever done. Like I say, I've never assaulted anybody. I've never said anything bad about anybody. I have a perfect record. As far as I'm trying to think of the word. What I was ordered to do on my sentence, I had no recommendations. I had no directives, nothing. I have a BS degree in 1961. I think I've utilized that to the extent that it's possible within the confines of the DOC. I have been employed almost every single week possible in 27 years, either in employment or in school, in learning some capacity in an organized fashion. I was in VT computers as still was. I was just about at completion of my certification for Microsoft. I want to say Word, but for the 6 or 7 areas that Microsoft is in. I was a tutor in VT computers. I also took something in life course put on by an affiliate of higher learning on the outside with the DOC. I became a tutor in that class, as well as a tutor in VT computers. And then I had the heart problem, the aorta problem, while at Stillwater. He went to the hospital and just about died from a AAA, as they call it, the widowmaker. The anterior aorta, something or other, with the stent put in my aorta. At which time I became the clerk, which was a position very difficult to fill in the metal shop that I understand has been discontinued because of the murder. I spent all of my time as a clerk in the metal shop, and as part of my duties, I was responsible for the parts store for the entire metal shop, although everything but the tools, the nuts, the bolts, the wheels, everything relating to the metal shop. And I understand that the lead engineer and the two engineers that were employed there, that they did not want to see me leave because of the work that I had done in the metal shop. I was then transferred to Faribault. And the day that I became eligible to participate in whatever, either education or work, I became employed in Anagram, which I advanced to the near top position because of time within the department. And yes, I was granted a waiver for a stool, but stools were given to all employees at a near later date. Then I had my stroke on the 7th day of April of 2023. Since my stroke, things have gotten somewhat better. I still experience somewhat of a dizzy spell, but as long as I'm touching something, I'm okay. I seem to be okay. There were times going back from Anagram to my residence hall, which was Maple. I used a cane, and I watched people with rollators running over to health services. I thought, geez, maybe I should have one of those, which I have now. So I use a rollator within the division, or within the within Maple. I do use a wheelchair on longer distance on the outside. So I've been employed or in school the entire time that I've been incarcerated. Somewhere along the route, a recommendation was made, like in 3 different courses were recommended, and I have not taken any of those 3 because if I were to get out, like in 3 years, I'd be almost 91 years old. I really would be looking for a life and starting a family at that time. No, really not. So some of those, the recommendations which apply to the 30, 20, 30, 40, 50-year-old. I didn't really feel the need to have. And during the course of my incarceration, I have probably accrued in savings account more than anybody could find in the entire department. 7,000, 8,000 people. Probably the most in a savings account. I have over $53,000 that I've contributed to 6 or 7 different funds within the department.
So, Mr. Schneider, let me ask this question. You described, I read in the report, I believe it was maybe when you talked with the psychologist, you described yourself as, quote, a grumpy old man. Is that accurate?
Well, I've gotten that way in the last maybe 2 years. I applied for a pardon, and the pardon didn't even reach the pardon board. It was intercepted by the DOC. And the report came back in almost 2 pages from the individual downtown that has never met me, that apparently didn't even read the defense's closing arguments, but somehow apparently got a hold of the transcript of the proceedings 27 years ago, and it was at that time, apparently, that I became sort of disillusioned. Beyond that, I don't think I was a grumpy old man, but I'm older now, and yes, I am perhaps a little grumpier.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Does anybody else have questions for Mr. Schneider?
I have one. Mr. Schneider, have you seen a medical release planner at the DOC?
Say again, something about a medical release?
Planner.
Have you seen a medical release planner at the facility?
No, I haven't, no. I don't know that there is one. Nobody says anything.
Thank you.
Would I?
It may be something that we would talk about here. Yes, you could. But any other questions that people have?
Just one,
Yeah.
Mr. Commissioner. Sir, are you still denying that you killed your wife?
Am I what?
Are you still denying that you killed your wife? My understanding is you claimed her son did it. Are you still making that claim?
Well, I have read in my research for my pardon and so on that the appeal judges will listen to all of the lies that the prosecution will say, and they will disregard any of the truths that did I say that right? The prosecution, that the defense uses. And yes, unfortunately, the person that I believe committed the crime is not with us anymore. He is dead. Can't defend himself, so I don't really say all that much. I really had no reason to commit a crime like that.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? I'd like to turn to Ms. Blanco. Thank you so much again for being here today. And just, I want to open the floor to you to see if there's anything that you would like to offer or add.
I think probably the most meaningful thing I could say is we don't condone anything that may have caused him to be here, but we are here to support him today. Me, my husband, my kids are my support, and if Dad has some time outside of this place, it won't be a long time. We'll be there to support him, to show him some beautiful places in this world, in this community, new things, technology, spend time with them, and make the best of whatever time there might be. Sorry, I didn't think I'd break down.
Okay.
But beyond today and back, I'd rather comment on today and forward, and we're here to support him with whatever may be. If he needs a place to go, if he needs doctor runs, if he needs med boxes set up, whatever type of family normal support, we'd like to have some normalcy again, if possible. Thank you, Erin.
Ms. Blanco, what has been your visitation with your father, either by phone or in person, over the course of his incarceration? And secondly, could you describe any changes or any differences that you've noted during that time?
Sure. So at the beginning, I'm an only child, so I was pretty much doing everything for Dad. I was there all the time. My youngest son, who's now 28, was 1 year old at the time. And my other two were 4 years and 4 years after that, so 5 and 9, I guess. And I would drag him in for visits as much as I possibly could. That was when he was in Oak Park Heights, so it wasn't a fun trip until we finally got seated with the little kids. And I spent and gave all that I had with communicating and helping him deal with everything else that was on the outside. And to the point where I had professionals telling me that I really need to focus more on my family, because it took a good chunk of my time dedicated to my dad and his issues going on. For several years, it was the trial, it was the appeal, it was, his other attempts at trying to find lawyers that could help, and I was just always there for him, and always there for him, and always there for him. And then I started having some issues with, finally, I think the intensity passing, I kind of crashed and went for several years without visiting. I think Dad went for several years without calling. We had some words, we had some issues, which happened. I was informed about Dad and his status via one of my aunts, a couple of my aunts, that I think I felt reassured that they were still in contact and was just waiting for Dad to be ready, and for me and myself to be ready again to to have interactions. And I think it was like back in 2020 when we started doing, regular here and there phone calls. And things were much better as far as our discussions and conversations. And I have been much better with my, the issues. Obviously, I went through a lot of mental health challenges going through it, It took a lot of me for several years being there for him. I sometimes feel like parts of my kid's childhood was affected, and I know my oldest was for sure, because I saw something that he wrote about it, and it was mostly just concern for me. And I think they're still just following me, how I feel, what I want, how much I'm in, and they're just right behind me, supporting me, So since about 2020, I haven't come in physically. Dad expressed a lot of the times when he was here, it was hard for him to move around. He was having, his physical issues. I think maybe he had aged a lot and maybe just didn't want to be physically seen by family. I don't know. Those are just my assumptions. But we managed just with telephone calls, which worked out just fine. And I was just kind of taking it slow and, when doing what he needed, helping with what I felt like I was willing to and able to, in a much more stable and strong place today than, 20 years ago for sure. 22 years ago. Took a while for it to knock me down because I was standing strong for a long time. But I'm good now, and we're stable. We got a great home. I've lived in the same house for, as a matter of fact, in about 2 weeks, it's going to be exactly 25 years that we've lived there. And my kids are all grown up. They've all been to post-secondary, college, and or tech schools and are working full-time, have families, and are, I know Dad's made some calls to the kids and they're answering the phone calls, and it's different for them. And I think they just kind of hesitate, waiting to see how I'm doing, what I want, and they'll follow my lead, I guess.
Thank you, Ms. Blanco.
And about the grumpy old man part, he's a very playful grumpy old man, He's the kind of like movie kind of grumpy old man. He's more of the typical 85-ish year old grumpy old men and how they are stuck in their ways. That's I think more of the grumpiness that I would describe him, because he could say something grumpy and nowadays it just makes me giggle and laugh about it and kind of move on to the next subject, if that makes sense. So,
would you have any concern for the physical safety of either yourself or your family members if your father were released and you and he had a disagreement?
Absolutely not. No way. Never. Not then, not before, not now.
I could add a lot more about the question that was posed about my innocence or my guilt.
Sir, we're not here to try that case or to. I just was wondering where your state of mind was right now. You don't have to go into any details. I just wanted to ask that question to find out your present state of mind.
Why did you ask?
To find out your present state of mind. It was raised in the file, and I just wanted to find out your present state of mind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I would really have no fear whatsoever. And honestly, I can't think of one single time that even beyond the 27 years back that I saw it with my own two eyes, my dad ever get upset to the point where it was anything physical.
Thank you.
I would definitely have no fear. He's very welcome.
Any other questions by members? Mr. Schneider, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you to provide any final comment before we start having our discussion.
Any final comment before they start discussing right here amongst themselves?
As far as my record is concerned, within the DOC, the 27 years, it's all in the records. I'm rather appalled at the idea that everything negative gets put in the computer systems, but nothing positive ever gets put in. So like I say, I've never had a negative thought about doing anything to anybody at any time during 27 years. I have no reason for it. And,
okay. Go ahead.
And like I say, I could say a lot more about the trial, but as long as you're not concerned about back then, the question was posed about back then, I'll let it go with that.
Yeah, just to be clear, again, we do not, it's not the job of the supervised release board to relitigate the case. That has been done by the courts, and that's where that sits. So our focus is really on the question of supervised release, okay, or parole. All right, with that, I'm going to close the discussion, close this portion of the discussion, and move to the board deliberation and discussion. And during that time, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. So at this time, I would open the floor to members of the board for discussion and talk about possible next steps.
Well, I'll just start. I know we have to say no parole, but I have no concerns about recidivism, none. So I would want to just move him along as quickly as we can.
Moving him along, I think it's given transition, it's going to look very different because minimum doesn't have the same medical capacity, and so the reality is, he's going to probably need to stay in medium level site until he would be eligible, just because to be able to meet the medical needs inside at a minimum site, it would be challenging just with the regular access to health services and all sorts of things. So in cases like this, where we've had folks who, that are going to probably require more significant medical release planning, we would, engage medical release planning probably that last, and these can be challenging, so maybe that lasts 12 to 14 months so that they can begin to work on what options there may be in terms of just all of the medical needs that need to get attended to, and what his circumstances may be at that time.
Would there be somebody at the facility who would work with him then on the medical release planning?
Yeah, there would. We would make that one of the things that, include that to work with medical release planning when it's appropriate, because they can't go too far in advance, but they also don't want to be too short, because sometimes, depending upon a person's medical needs, the placements can be challenging to find if it's not with a family member. And sometimes, depending upon his ability to ambulate and manage steps or whatever it may be, those can be the things that can make it harder to transition directly into a private home.
So would it be appropriate to continue with the understanding he not have to return back before us?
We could do a presumptive.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think the challenge is just we don't know what his circumstances, would be in terms of living situation, and that may be the challenge, in that not that we couldn't report that back if there was if his needs were such that placement in a community site, we're going to be challenging them. What would the board's wishes be if that was the case? We could also continue him and see him in 30 months, which would be 2.5 years, which is really, and then ask medical release planning to get started with him when it's appropriate in that last year to begin working on that, and then see him at that point in time. And maybe there would be some options to look at, potentially some alternative options, just given the unique nature of this. But in the meantime, just for board member knowledge, what we'll do is the statute around conditional medical release requires that a medical provider do an assessment, and the person's condition has to be grave, and that's really what the triggering effect is for conditional medical release. And so arguably, and doctors use a different standards around what that means than I or others might, but that's what the statute requires. And so, most frequently that is really near end of life or those sorts of situations that we do conditional medical release. Mm-hmm. So so that the short answer is it might be to deny, and while I understand that the situation is, these are difficult cases when you get into this at this stage and those sorts of things, but you could see him in 28 months or something, which would be that 2.5 years, or you could see him in 2, whatever the case may be.
I move we deny today with a continuance of 28 months for him to reappear before the board at that time.
All right, and we can talk about other conditions things. So there's a motion, and is there a second?
Oh, second.
There's a motion and a second. A discussion. Hearing none. To a question of denial and a period of 28-month continuance. We'll talk a little bit about some conditions related to this in a moment, but we'll do by roll call vote. Board Member Alexander.
Yes.
Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. So that's 5 ayes, no nays. So the motion prevails. I think I think just minimally, it would be nice to see him participate in any level of positive programming that he could participate in, no matter what that would be. Just to even if it's to keep his health to the fullest extent possible, and to keep he's obviously still pretty spry and bright and all those sorts of things, and to try and maintain as much of that as he possibly can and remain discipline free, which he appears to not be having a huge problem with or challenge with. And then, we would engage medical release plan, expect that he would cooperate with medical release planning when that would be appropriate, and that would probably be sometime 12 to 14 months prior to his eligibility. But we would like to have at least some semblance of what that plan might look like when we would see him at that 28-month point. Anything else that people would like to see added to this? All right. So, Mr. Schneider, just to lay out where we are, that the board really denied parole, but that's not uncommon because they really don't have the ability to grant parole until you meet the 30-year mandatory minimum. So, but the board made a decision today that you will be seen again in 28 months. In the meantime, we would like you to cooperate with medical release planning when that's appropriate. We would also like you to remain discipline-free as you have been. And we'd also encourage you to strongly encourage you to participate in any level of positive programming, whatever that may be. And you're doing that with work or whatever that may be. Those are things that we just would like to see you continue to do to maintain your health to the fullest extent possible. Understood?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. And we will get a letter off to you that will explain this as well. Okay?
You'll receive a letter explaining all the detail.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, Ms. Blanco. Thank you so much for being here today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And with that, members, we'll take a 10-minute break here, and we'll get back into it after that break.
Aaron, can you just know that we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, see you at 2:45.
Gotcha, Becky.
Thank you.
I'm going to mute our end.
Thank you.
So did you understand?
Aaron, can you mute on your end, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Rebecca Holmes Larson, the Executive Officer of Hearings and Release. Can you hear me okay at the facility?
The warden is not part of the group.
Can you hear us at the facility?
So one of the ones that they're covering is the commissioner.
No, you must not be able
the
to.
old Commissioner Ramstead Boss, who was commissioner when you started,
Miss Little?
or at some point during your. I think she probably did your first hearing.
Aaron?
Yes.
Aaron.
They were messing with.
Well, all you could see is her legs because for some
Aaron.
reason we can't. I don't know how to move the camera over.
They were messing with the volume on that.
Do you want to
device?
So our camera for them might be messed up.
I have a computer
I'm
that I
guessing
can
so.
kind of set up so you can just see them. If that'll help you at all.
Miss Little? Miss Little, can you hear us?
It's still going to be a little small, but we'll get this working.
I don't know what is going on with. They need to know how to operate their devices.
Aaron?
Okay, so it's on a little bit of a delay. But you can see this is 3 of the members of the board and then the 2 people down here at the board.
I've asked John to.
Okay. Aaron, can you hear us?
Now it's going to be about a 30-second delay.
There you go.
Aaron, can you hear us?
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
will you say that again?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Now it's
perfect.
over.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Rebecca. Rebecca Holmes Larson, the Director of Hearings and Release. Here with me today to review Carl Johnson, who is present on video from Minnesota Correctional Facility in Faribault. Here at the Minnesota Department of Corrections in Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members, Member Christine Bray, Member Raina Alexander, Member Andrew Larson, and Member Cheryl Ramstad. Mr. Johnson, our records indicate that on March 3rd, 1986, in the city of Duluth, Minnesota, St. Louis County, Carl Johnson, while committing robbery, stabbed and killed 73-year-old Harold Booth. The incident occurred on the sidewalk in Duluth at approximately 10:50 p.m. On October 7th of 1986, Carl Johnson was sentenced to a 17-year life sentence in St. Louis County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. Today's review represents Mr. Johnson's 9th review after serving approximately 38 years of incarceration. Mr. Johnson was previously reviewed by a commissioner and advisory panel 8 times since March 9th of 2000 and continued with directives to complete each time. Mr. Johnson's minimum parole eligibility date occurred on March 2nd, 2003, and he also has a consecutive sentence yet to serve for 1 year, 1 day, assault 4th degree. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Good. Could you start out, you've been through this before, and talk a little bit about what it is that you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting?
Well, since my last review in February 17th of last year, I've done a number of things. I've been participating in the, can you hear me? Because I talk kind of low. I've been participating in the Lifers group. I keep a job in a linen unit, which I've done for just about since 2017. I mean, yes, 2017. As of last Wednesday, I've begun the class, sleep and anxiety. But, and then I've also, through the chaplain here, I was given 3 churches in Duluth, which I wrote each of the pastors and staff they have there, telling them who I am and that what I'm incarcerated for and why I did it. I took full responsibility. Things that I've done in prison to turn my life around, and as well as upon release to become more of a responsible citizen. And looking for spiritual guidance. I'm also looking into to find a job, which I'm capable of doing, aside of having some health conditions, but I like to work, so I'm not a lazy person. I like to work.
Mr. Johnson, what do you think you would require to be successful in a transition to the community? Can you hear me?
Yes, he's thinking.
Okay, just checking.
He's getting emotional on the phone.
I don't know how to answer that.
Well, Mr. Johnson, let me ask it a different way. Do you think that there are certain kinds of help that would be beneficial for you in terms of thinking about a transition?
Or what?
What do you have an idea of the type of help that you might like or think would be beneficial?
Well, so some of the classes I took here, they also have available in the community. Like I took the class. Can't think of it offhand. Alternatives to violence. So. And I want to continue working at my anger issues. So and I know there's different
Okay.
I just don't want to say a bunch of things I want to be. I'm a Christian gentleman, so I just don't want to just make like a list of things and it just don't sound real, you know. Totally truthful with all of you. You know.
I appreciate that. I really do. Do you have a sense of you had talked about, you know, that you said you want to continue working on your anger issues. What was the last time that you had felt that level of anger, and how did you manage it?
I don't think it was necessarily. I had a couple different things happen where I got more irritable or impatient, like with a person when I was in the nurses line, you know, for when they call them nurses window for medication, whatever.
Yep.
And they usually call people in the unit to the window that take insulin first. The staff do, the COs, and there's gentlemen that seem to continually, they'll call one side of the building first and they'll call the other, but then there's guys that are some of them seem to be the same ones going in front of, almost like it's intentional, going in front of those people, and they're not, and the ones that are diabetic are not speaking up because they got tired of it too. But I made a comment to one, you know, I said to him, I'm trying to tell you, I'm not making these rules, you know, the staff are telling us every day, or saying every day, every morning, diabetics, they call out diabetics first to the window. You know this. And he kind of got it. I'm not making this as an excuse. I'm just using this as an example of how I don't know if you're following me, but
yeah, I understand what you're saying.
He would kind of make a comment back to me like he was cussing at me and calling me names, and I'm like, sure. I'm like, I'm just letting you know calmly that, you know, he was like raising his voice, and I guess I could have just walked off and let him do his thing, but I didn't know exactly how I was going to react. To be honest, I almost wanted to hit him in his mouth for something he called me. So, but I'm sitting here instead of saying, I guess.
Yep, right decision.
No. In the past, I've done just the opposite. I was quite a bit younger, but a lot more immature.
Thank you for that. Do any other members have questions for Mr. Johnson?
I did have a question. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. So, as I was looking through your packet, looked like there's quite a bit of a pretty extensive disciplinary history in there, but it looked like the last few years have been pretty quiet. And I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about, what's changed. Like, I think the last disciplinary report looked like it was in 2020, so almost 4 years ago now. And just kind of wondering is there something in you that has changed that has kind of, kind of helped you to manage things a little bit better?
Well, first off, my faith in God. So, if it wasn't for that, I would still probably be the same person I was. I'm around people that are. I'm not around the same people that just. I'm not around the negativity. I'm around. I try to get around people that want to do the same things in their lives. I'm trying to, not just for myself, but I'm trying to encourage people. I share my faith with them, how God is changing me. Not me changing. Well, I'm doing it, but it's that God is doing it through me, and He can do it for anybody. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The other question I was going to ask is, and if it's in the information and I missed it, I apologize, but just wondering if you have kind of specific plans on where you'd like to be released to, or if it's more just a general plan to the Duluth area.
Well, I have nieces and nephews in Duluth, but I haven't seen them since they were kids. So, as far as their location, I do not know. No, I have nieces that are married, and I'm not even aware of their last name. So, I have one niece that got a hold of me in 2007. It was my mom died and my sister died, but she's had no contact with me since. So. And I have two other friends in Duluth, which we both conversate. We conversate and are in touch with each other by letter. So what I was explaining to Miss Little, they would like me to live at their apartment with them, but seeing they have a landlord, it would be kind of literally like a rut in the road, because they're gonna wonder, who is this guy that's just gotten straight out of prison? It's not happening. I just can see that or hear that, more than likely. But other than that, honestly, I have no place I would live. It was explained to me there would be a chance of me, or I was told by the commission that I would be going to an assisted living facility because of my health issues. And as far as like another part of the state that may have them, I'm not familiar with it. the Twin Cities or wherever you say that happens.
Thank you.
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Johnson, are you attending Alcoholics Anonymous in the prison on a regular basis?
The what?
Are you attending AA?
Right now I'm not. But before I was going to treatment in 2015 and I got dismissed from it, I was. But I should. I just haven't made the effort to.
So have you had any successful completion of treatment?
Pardon me?
Have you successfully completed any treatment within the facilities, within the Department of Corrections?
No, I have not, man.
What are your thoughts about treatment? Do you think it would be helpful, given the nature of your offense, to have that opportunity before you're discharged?
Yes, but there are. When I was in treatment, I got dismissed because of a discipline report. I made the effort to get back in the program, and the director and my therapist at the time called me over to Willow and spoke to me about it, and felt that I couldn't stay up with what was required. And
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you.
well,
Any other questions from board members? Mr. Johnson, I want to just provide you with an opportunity to provide any last comments or thoughts to the board prior to closing the discussion. Anything that you would like to offer at this stage?
may I ask a question? Maybe.
Yes.
Pardon?
Yeah, you can ask a question. Yes.
Would be a possibility that I could do treatment on the outside, do like it's called Teen Challenge, but they also have one for adults.
Yeah, let's talk about, we can talk about some of those options as at the next step here. But yeah, that has been looked at before. I think, it sounds like what you said was that when you were last assessed, I think there was a neurocognitive, we did some evaluation before because I think there was some concern that it might be challenging for you just given all of the medical and other kinds of challenges that you face to kind of keep up with that, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so I think that was kind of the underlying concern, and so we want to make sure that if that. Let me ask you this, Mr. Johnson, have you had any drive or desire to partake in or engage in hooch or drugs or anything like that may be inside the prison? Has that been a problem for you recently in the last few years?
No, sir. I don't even care for it. I don't. No, I do not.
Okay. All right, Mr. Johnson, we're going to stop. We'll end the discussion here, and I'm going to open it up for the board to have some discussion and deliberation. And during that time, we won't entertain any questions, but and we'll talk to you about our next steps when we're all completed here. And with that, I would open it to the board for any thoughts, conversation about possible next steps.
Paul, what does it take to engage with the medical release planner? Is that something he asks for, or how does that work?
It's something that we can refer him into. Here's one of the challenges we have. He's still on his original life sentence, and then he has that subsequent consecutive. And the challenge in these cases is because of he does not have, the only option is probably going to be a community-based placement. And whether that's some type of assisted living or whatever, some fairly, kind of pronounced level of services and that kind of stuff. It can be tough if we get too far ahead. In other words, we find a location, and if we don't have a release date, we lose it. And then if we also find ourselves in a position where, and here's the other problem, you grant parole and you move them into the consecutive sentence, and we don't have a place, and now we have another problem. Because Mr. Johnson is paroled, is going to have a hard out date and no place to go. And so this is the challenge that we really struggle with when we're in this position. And I'll tell you that we have a number of people that, really face some difficult challenges in terms of housing situations, and it's hard to find sites that will accept in some cases. And we've had, some limited success here and there. But it does require a lot of assessment and for these community-based programs to work with us. So we can refer him in, but it's this dance that we're doing of.
Is it being done? Because this is his
38.
Well, yeah, he's had so many reviews, and I realize there was a lot of discipline stuff, but there hasn't been lately. So when does the DOC, how does that work?
So we, in this case, I think what probably it was noted in the last review when we saw him that, we wanted him to, reach out to and consult with, and it doesn't sound like that may have happened. I think we're going to have to do that on our side.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question. Yeah. I wondered if it was his job or if the DOC.
We oftentimes, there is this place where we want people to, but I think, there can be some limitations and in this situation, and, it may be necessary for us to do that. And yet, whenever we've done this, it always, the release planners will say, what's his out date? And that's the struggle.
But it's too far out for them.
But yeah, it's like if we get a place that's going to say yes, we generally will have maybe 30 to 60 days to get them to place them. Because they want to fill that bed, and there's lots of community need, and then we still have the person in, and we don't have the ability to just move somebody out. In some cases, we do if we could, if we had, I guess there may be some ways we'd have to talk to legal about could the board actually grant a level of, but the challenge is this. If we were to, in order to do that, he'd have to be paroled, and he'd have to be paroled off of this one, and have gotten into and served at least half, if we wanted to get creative, at least half of that consecutive sentence, and we could work release him to a community-based site. The challenge is if we could not find a site, we'd have to once we granted parole, we can't rescind it without a violation. And so we effectively have put him out on the street.
Right, I get that. Could you get his name on a list?
Yeah, we have, the release planners have a variety of places that they work with routinely, and we have, and we get contacted if there are beds available, and they will work on placement stuff. But it's that data availability side that's the challenge.
Is there any resource within the Native American community? Do they provide any assistance? I remember the name Anishinaabe House. Is that still in existence?
No longer out there. So unfortunately, it was a great resource, but it's no longer in existence.
So there's nothing within the
Native American on that side, yeah. Right now, and there are
I'm not sure there's a medical Native American placement. There was one other placement that did get discussed legally. Now, I don't know what, that's brand new, so we would have to have them check it out. I don't know what their medical capabilities are.
I'm sure we'll have to try.
Right, we gave them the name of one.
Is he ambulatory?
Semi. I mean, yeah, semi.
I was just wondering how feasible work release would be.
We would use, the way we would look at that is using work release at 50% of his second offense. We have a little more flexibility there to be able to, it could be used for treatment. I mean, use treatment in the broadest sense, could be medical, could be substance, could be use education or work. And so we've used that status in some instances to move people and transition them because it falls within the agency's authority to grant work release statutorily. But that's only on, really would be, he'd have to be in halfway through his consecutive sentence.
His consecutive sentences a year and a day, there's no 2/3 of that.
It'd be 2/3.
It is
It'd be 2/3, yeah. And so
8 months.
Yeah, but we could actually release them at 6. We could, I think one of the things that just, I guess a question to the board, to what extent is there comfort with us asking release planning to look at what the options are here, and what we could do is come back with maybe perhaps a little bit tighter plan. I think an assessment of what he specifically needs around placement site. We've had everything from going into care centers, nursing homes. We've had people going to assisted living, and we've had people actually go into private homes that they provided in care providers, and we've had people transition that way. And again, it's hard to say for me to get a sense of exactly what his needs are. I know we've done the neurocognitive assessment stuff because we were, the concern was we're seeing change, and that but it seems like it's been relatively stable. Over the last chunk of time, because I think there was at one point concerns that maybe things were dropping off, and that what would that mean to his ability to manage in the community, and even if we did something from a paper standpoint where we would continue this and ask release planning to provide us with an and analysis of what that would look like. And at least what we would know is, and the viability, the likelihood of being able to find a place. Because I just speaking for myself personally, I would be disinclined to want to commit to a parole without knowing what our options are on the release side, just because I don't want to set up Mr. Johnson, not because of any other thing than I'm afraid that if, we got to that point and all of a sudden he has a hard out date and we don't have an option for him, that would be a tough place to be. And yet, I know this is going to be a tough challenge for the release planners as well, just because we've been in this place before.
Well, could we make that motion that we ask the release planners to really take a close look, give us options, and then maybe do just a review on paper or something, but the goal being to try to get him to his parole and 1 year left.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would be comfortable with that if we have a good, solid place for him to go and have the kinds of supports and services that are necessary for him and that kind of stuff. So we could certainly do that. I mean, I think we would just be continuing this matter with a referral to release planning and requesting a report back, and then we can do a and continuance for on disposition. We would just bring it back with get some sense that we can have a conversation as a board. Then, if people are comfortable with that,
can you spell out?
I'm sorry. I was just going to say I'm much more comfortable with that, and I also completely appreciate the conundrum. It's the ultimate catch-22, and it's a really tough situation. But I feel like if there's not more help in developing a series of concrete plans, I fear like this will just become a never-ending cycle of hearings and we don't know what to do, and then it just gets kicked down the road for another couple of years. I think what's being proposed, I would certainly be more comfortable with that sort of a scenario. A series of options. Then we could look at paroling to the year and a day. At least then we have some legitimate plans, recognizing. I get from a release planning perspective, you need a date, but at least if you have a few options, that gives something to work with.
Okay. So I'm hearing that.
I agree. Sorry. Sorry. No, I just wanted to throw in. I saw some mention of a tribal liaison, but I was unable in the materials to find anything specific about whether Mr. Johnson is tribal affiliated or enrolled. And so if he is, I would also encourage checking out what, part of that planning be contacting the tribe and finding out what services are available. Services are changing on tribal land all the time. So finding out currently what might be available might be, if Mr. Johnson's open to that.
We could certainly re-engage with Wendy Spry, the tribal liaison, on that. So I'm hearing that the board's kind of wish is that we would continue disposition on this hearing, pending a review and a report from release planning on kind of an assessment of needs and possibilities for what the placement options might look like, and then just some sense of the likelihood of being able to find that and what time frame would be useful, I think, for us, and then we would bring that back in, and just for so we have it's not just hanging out there. I would suggest that we give them some time to do that. It's not always easy, but maybe we would do this for 4 months, just to give them some time to do that, and then in that time, so we would be continuing the disposition for 4 months. Is there somebody that would move that?
I make that motion.
All right, second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Questions about that? Hearing none, roll call vote. Board Member Alexander?
Yes.
Board Member Gray?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
Yes.
Board Member Ramstad?
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. 5 ayes, no nays. The motion prevails. We'll refer this to medical and mental health release planning. So, Mr. Johnson, you had a chance to hear. I think the board really wants to be in a place where we have a good sense of what your options are, where you might be able to go. So we will notify medical and mental health release planners to work with you and your case manager and connect and get this assessment and bring this back within the next 4 months. Any questions about that?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you so much for your time today, and we wish you the best.
Commissioner,
Yes.
would that be a paper review or an in-person?
Let's do a paper review, and then if we can talk about if we want to bring them back. But I think a paper review would make most sense, just given the fact that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Good. We're in person.
They're off.
All right.
Okay.
We need to take 2 minutes to get organized. It looks like we have, I have a little bit of organizing to do.
I have the advocate on the line.
Thank you.
Do you want me to?
Sure.
Okay, he's on the phone.
Hello, Mr. Singleton, can you hear me?
Mr. Nunn?
I can. I can hear you. It's not the best sound, but that's my fault, not yours.
Okay, we'll do the best we can on our end, and we'll get started here in just a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, how are you? Great. All right. We'll get you kicked off here as soon as.
Was ready.
You're the first person that's in person.
Oh, yeah? That's right.
That's right.
Just a second. Something happened.
There we go.
You're looking sharp anyway. That's.
Get from my mom.
There you go.
So, Mr. Nunn, I just wanted to let you know that we are live streaming.
Okay.
And the camera, if you look behind you, you see yourself on the screen there.
Okay.
So the more sideways you sit,
Is
the better it might be for the camera, but certainly look at whatever you need to look at there, okay?
And the 2 other board members that are on camera.
Yeah,
Because there's 2 members on the screen that may have questions for you as well, so feel free to turn around and look at them.
For me on this side or no?
Either way, I think you're fine there. I think you're fine there, and we
Yeah.
can.
They may ask you some questions just so you know they are there, okay? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes-Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release. We're here today to review Jerome Nun, who is present with us here at Central Office. Also here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner, Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with our board members, Member Christine Bray, Member Raina Alexander, who is on the screen, Member Andrew Larson, who's also on the screen, and Member Cheryl Ramstad. We also have several people present in our room here at Central Office observing the process. Mr. Nunn has an advocate present virtually as well, Mr. David Singleton, who is, you can see him up on the screen there. His name is up there. His picture was up there.
No, he wasn't on video.
He wasn't on video. I didn't see him.
Okay. I thought I saw him pop on just for a minute.
No, it wasn't.
All right, thank you. And then again, we also have your work release director, Mr. Terry Byrne, present here. He happens to be sitting second row back instead of up front where you can see him. But he is here if there's anything we need. Our records indicate that on July 22nd, 1995, Jerome Nun shot and killed Abdul Poe and wounded John Holmes while they sat in a car in a liquor store in Minneapolis. Jerome and his accomplice then fled in another car. On January 25th of 1996, Jerome Nun was sentenced to life in prison by Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder and a consecutive 180-month sentence for attempted murder. On December 20th of 2022, Mr. Nunn was granted a commutation by the Board of Pardons, making his 180-month consecutive sentence for attempted murder concurrent to his life sentence. Today's review represents its second review after serving approximately 29 years of incarceration. His parole eligibility date is currently set for July 28th of 2025. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Nun. How are you today?
Great. Good afternoon, everybody on the board. It's a privilege to be here.
Good
Grateful
deal.
to be here.
Good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you've been through these meetings, and I ask the same question pretty much every time. I'd like just to open it up by asking you to tell the board what you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting and why.
Again, I'm just always grateful to be walking towards the future, walking towards doing greater things, and just making a better and a difference with my life and with the community and everything that I could have possibly as an opportunity for me. One thing I also want this board to know is every day I'm responsible for my victims, my community, and my family from my actions that I have caused. For nearly 3 decades, I have been committed to making a better and a difference in this community, in my life, my family's life, and especially with my victims. Healing is important, always is. I walk towards that with everything in me. Every day, I must make a difference. And some of the roles I get to play in, or some of the roles I walk in, are, I'm a pastor at my church. Also, I'm a mentor. Also, I'm a father. So I truly love to make a difference in that direction, in that area. I'm committed to filling in the gap in my community, having an opportunity to see some of the things that are going on, or the things that I have grown up in, and still see those things. I want to make a difference because I know the impact it has had on me and my life, and what wasn't there. So I know now what I needed or wish I could have had. Maybe it would have made a difference. But I understand it because I walked through it. And so to be able to be equipped, so to say, and help that space is a great thing. It's a great opportunity. And I have a passion for that. I have a passion to help those, as I did when I was incarcerated. I had a passion to help people, help others, accomplish and overcome things. And so I'm just dedicated to that. I want you guys to know that. And I just ask for the board to continue to support my requests that I have laid out, that I have submitted. And if we can continue to go forward, that I can just build a better life, continue to walk towards that, and just have success and continue to work with the guys coming out, work with the board for people to have success and continue going forward. And so that would be my desire. That would be my ask. And if possible and if necessary, go forward with that.
So talk about what that is.
Again, there's career. I would love to have opportunity to go forward in career. There has been opportunities given to me, or my community has yielded some great advancements for me to build a life. Sometimes I think about if anybody could relate. Like, I haven't never started, so I'm not restarting. I never started. Being so young and going inside and incarcerated, I'm so close to 50, starting a life, starting a career, and just building something that's sustainable. That in that way, community. I want to be able to engage with my community more. There's places I have been invited that I believe that will give me great experience, great exposure, and teach me other things. It was a meeting that I could have had with the Board of Education. I thought to just have some influence of being a youth who didn't finish school, dropped out of school, based on my conditions, sometimes you might be able to share some opinion there and help fill in some of those gaps or some of the things that could be missed. Family, I haven't had a lot of opportunity to build with my family because of the limitations. So I need to be able to build with them, bond with them, bond with my children, bond with my grandchildren and other members of the family. I haven't had that complete access like that because of just at the stage we're at today. Ministry we serve the community. We engage with the community, and there has been events that I believe that would nourish me spiritually that I haven't been able to participate in. I do get to go to services, but I don't get to participate in other things that keep you and help sustain you, I believe, and just build you up in a greater way. Fellowship is important. That's been a part of my journey in a great way, and it's been significant. It's just been the piece that I needed to understand more of life. Restorative justice. There's been some meetings that I had an opportunity to do with restorative justice. I just don't have that access right now. That's dear to my heart. Restorative justice is a big part of helping people see the other side. And so just through my experience that I have had from the past to walk in it, there has been some opportunities to do some circles and stuff in the community to help heal with some families that have been harmed. I just haven't had that opportunity yet. I'm looking forward to that. Again, a mentorship. I've just been doing it since I have found greater accomplishment inside. It's part of me. It's part of what I do. I get to mentor people, get to walk with young people, older people. Doesn't matter. If I have some wisdom to help, I will. Other areas like working out, stuff like that help. It's just there's not room for that. There hasn't been much provision for that. So I need that. That's a part of keeping yourself healthy and endure for the journey. So with some of these limitations and some of these restrictions, it doesn't allow that. I also asked about if possible, I don't know what the board has as its legal rights, but at some point I would love to be on parole. Standard release, I put that in my request, release from GPS monitoring, transition from to housing, independent housing, as soon as possible, as necessary. And advance and upgrade my communication devices just for work purposes, career navigation, things like that. So.
All right. Any questions that any members have for Mr. Nun? Let me ask a couple of questions. Just I want to just say right off the bat that I think you certainly have done a remarkable job, and I don't think there's any disputing that along the way. And I know that you've been a mentor to other people, both that are on the inside and that some on the outside. We look to make decisions that are grounded on the individual needs of a person, and then there's also this level of how do we find the balance of fairness? And so, just help me square things like the moving out to like independent housing or standard release, what, and again, I don't want to minimize anything you've done, right? But I want to put this in the context of what's fair and equitable and all those types of things in terms of the service of your mandatory minimums 30-year sentence. How do we help us talk about how do we square the fact that the commutation granted your consecutive sentence to be concurrent, which obviously was their, but they didn't give the SRB, the release board, any authority to do anything else. But so help us articulate why it is that your release should be different than anybody else who is similarly situated.
Well, let me say this. I think the board at that time when I went was a little different. And so that's good to know and to consider. I believe also there was many other options available or requested, let me say that, at the Board of Pardons and Commutations. But what was granted was what was agreed upon. So I was grateful for what was granted. Anything that can change or acknowledge a little bit of what I have accomplished and to be able to look at that. I never compare myself to anybody else because who am I to compare myself to anybody else? Who am I to look at what harm or say mine is less than or greater than? Can't do that. So I never take that position. All I know is what I do is the work that I have been allowed to do, taking the responsibility and accountability with the opportunities that have been given to me. I respect everything that has been given to me. I don't have any issues with accountability, with a following authority, and it's been on a consistent basis. So to just look at those things, I don't get to view everybody's case. You do, you all do. You can see the difference, if there's any, but I don't never take a position in that. All I'm doing is to do what I'm allowed to, what is required of me, and continue to move forward. If I have done enough, or if I have showed that I'm responsible, if I have showed those things, it just would be good to be acknowledged of those things. If I haven't, then you have to tell me this is where you need to move and this is what needs to happen. And then I'll make the adjustments necessary to do it. Other than what I have been doing, what I've been consistent in doing, I have been showing up in integrity of doing, I just hope it can yield the things that I'm requesting, and I have put the infrastructure there to handle the things that's necessary. Everyone has asked that you need to move forward in that and just to obtain a career in life and to continue to be a citizen. Things like that. I would want to vote. Those type of things that makes a difference.
Well, and you can vote even on work release. Yes, even on work release. So one of the things that I would just say is that what I want to make sure that you hear is that I'm not taking anything away from what you've done, right? Nothing. This is not even about. It's just about I have to be in a place where I can wrap my own head around the fact that how it is that we have some standards that have been in place, and again, I'm not saying that there can't be some variation, but there is also some statutory requirements that we have to meet, and so that's one of the places that, and we have rules that that are published rules that are also in place that, again, this board has some authority over. But those are just some of the things that I struggle with.
And I'll say this too. I'm not ever asking for anything outside of your parameters. I'm okay with what you have to do, what's already written. If these are the standards, that's what they are. And I have to live within them, and I have to continue. All I can do is ask you, based on what you have witnessed, based on what you know, hopefully that it gives you the peace that you need, and it gives you the comfort that you need. That's that. I would never ask you to do anything outside of what you're capable of doing. So I don't.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't.
Other questions that anybody has?
Mr. Nunn, so one thing that really jumped out to me as I was reviewing your packet is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the only institutional discipline you've had dating back to 1996? Is that right?
Correct.
Like your first few months of incarceration with the Department of Corrections?
Correct.
So I suspect that is fairly unique, especially considering your age coming into the system, as well as, I mean, just the fact that 29 years of incarceration, a lot of things can happen. I'm just curious, as just looking for a little insight, did you come in serving your sentence kind of knowing changes you already wanted to make in yourself, or is it something that developed as during the course of your incarceration? And maybe my question's a little bit clumsy, and I apologize for that, but just looking for a little insight from you, because again, I mean, you're on paper, everything just looks really impressive. So I'm just looking for a little insight from you on that.
No, that's fair. So coming in, I was just completely broken. I didn't know what I was going to do with my life. I do remember when I was at sentencing that the judge said, I hope you can find something that you can make good with your life or find some purpose in there. And I thought about that. I didn't know what I was due. I came in with a 5th grade reading level, no education. But I know I wanted to be different. I didn't know how to get there. So my main pursuit was to look for how can I be better. I was just coming in, trying to figure that out. Trying to figure out who am I as a person. Some of those things was just it wasn't in my scope. It's my identity, any of that. So I didn't even think I had the capability to accomplish what I was accomplishing. So one accomplishment led to another accomplishment. One person who encouraged me led to another person. I had a talk with a guy, with a Sergeant Miller. He pulled me to the side and told me that my life could be different. At that time, I was the first man that talked to me like that ever. So I wish I could see him today, just to let him know that his talk was so impactful to me that it paved a course for me. So it wasn't just me on my own. It was people who had interaction with me, people who seen that I could be different and I had to be a part of the environment that was in there. So it just started setting courses for me.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Nunn? I want to ask, so one of the things that in the last meeting we had talked a little bit about was, I'd asked the question about asking you to think about how, prior gang affiliation. Not that I have no doubt that that's a life past, right? That's a life past. Might impact your release into the community, and particularly the issues around the fear that some may have, right, of who Jerome Nun was then and who he is today, and is there a significant level of daylight between then and now? And and I know you had asked a little bit about that, but any thoughts on that?
Yeah, always thoughts. The thoughts that I had when I, thought about that, I was just thinking, like, when I came into the institution, the majority of my community was in the institution. So it wasn't that, like, me coming back, I already was seeing people already from my community and people that my crime had affected. Mr. Poe's family members, and those people were in it, so we had an opportunity to just have talks and discussions and things like that. So, when I look at those things, there was time to. It wasn't just like no one had the opportunity to speak with me, see the changes, or me apologize to them about my actions, and start a healing path with them. So that was like a blessing too, that took off that fear of coming back and how people might feel and things like that. And so coming back to the community, I haven't had any issues like that.
Maybe less for you, but could there be other people who may still have concerns?
And it's possible. I don't know. I haven't been confronted with that, confronted with that. Some of the people that I have seen, just maybe at church and things like that, it hasn't been like any adverse type greetings or things like that. It just haven't been. That's not what my experience has been at this point. But to know the concerns in its totality, I would know in that way, but I haven't had no encounters like that.
All right, thank you. I'm going to open it up, turn it over to Mr. Singleton now. Just thank you so much for being here today in support of Jerome. I'd like to just open the floor to you just to provide whatever insights or thoughts you have relative to where we are today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can you hear me okay? I just want to make sure the sound's all right.
Yes, perfect.
I'd be there in person, but I had to teach some law students about evidence this afternoon, so that's why I'm here remotely. To be in Jerome Nunn's presence is, in my view, to understand that there is an ocean's worth of distance between who he was in 1995 as a broken young man without hope and who he is today as a rehabilitated, redeemed, restored human being whose sole purpose is to make a difference in the community. In 34 years that I have been a lawyer, I have never, and this may choke me up a little bit, but I have never, ever represented someone that Jerome is. I mean, I represented good people, don't get me wrong. Jerome is exceptional in ways that are easy for me to sort of feel, but not always easy to articulate. He is just different. He's not going to tell you that because he's humble. He's not going to compare himself to other people because that is not what feels right to him. But I can. And the minute I walked in and met him the very first time 5 years ago, I saw this person who was special, who cared more about Danielle Jones and John Holmes, the other victim in the case, but cared more about them than he did about his liberty. And it's that deep commitment to restorative justice that I just have not seen to that level before. Sure, other people who have been directly impacted, locked up in states across this country, do good work. Jerome takes it to the next level. I think the reason why we got as far as we did with the commutation is because of Jerome and who he is as a person. County Attorney Mike Freeman and Assistant County Attorney John Schmidt met Jerome, and they came away incredibly impressed with who he is as a human being. And if the majority ruled on the pardon board, then there is zero doubt that Jerome would have been commuted to time served, because both the governor and the attorney general wanted very much to allow Jerome to be in the community then, and not have to go on work release and not have to wait for parole, because they were impressed with what he had done in the institution, how he had educated himself, his degrees, becoming a minister, not having, as one of the members of the board pointed out, any infraction since 1996. Who hears of that? That is so unusual. It is so unusual. The fact that he has the support of Danielle Jones, the mother of the man that he killed, it speaks obviously to Miss Jones as a human being. It speaks to her ability to do what many of us could not do, which is forgive. But it also speaks to who Jerome is and the person that she's gotten to know over these years. So Jerome is exceptional. I don't think that there are too many other people who you could say are similarly situated to him, just in terms of what he has demonstrated over these years. And it's why I am very supportive of you doing everything you can to ease the restrictions on Mr. Nunn, so that he can be more useful than he is. He's already useful. He's working. He's going back into the prisons and meeting with people who have life sentences. But he can do so much more if he's got some more freedom. I'm not sure at this point what the purpose, for instance, of having him on electronic monitoring, given his track record. It'd be one thing if his track record was a mess, but it's far from that. It's exceptional. And if there are other things that the board could do to allow him some more freedom to make a difference in the lives of some young people who could really benefit from him, or from some people who can benefit from some healing through restorative justice, Jerome Nun is that man. And, looking ahead to what the board, may do, my hope is that we're not looking at a situation where whenever it is he is paroled, that he's on intensive supervision. Because, while that makes sense for many people, perhaps, people who have been in a long time and are now just getting on their feet and learning the ways of the community, that's not Jerome Nun anymore. He's been home over a year, but, obviously work release, not fully set free yet, but he's had a measure of freedom, and he's made the most of that in a positive way. And in order to allow him to be his best person, his best self, which it is in the interest of the state of Minnesota for him to be his best person. Finding some ways to meet him halfway, perhaps, to ease on some restrictions would not only help him be his best self, but it would also help other people who he is eager to serve to repair the damage from the awful thing that he did nearly 30 years ago. So that is what I wanted to say in support of Jerome. And the last thing I wanted to point out is I do think that there are some people there who are in support of Jerome. And if I could just ask them to stand, just so you can see who is there for him. I think that there may be some people. And any questions that you have, I'd be more than happy to take.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singleton. Any
You're very welcome.
Have questions for Mr. Singleton? Well, at this point, I would like to say that before the board begins to discuss or deliberate around next steps, I want to just briefly open the floor to you for any final comment that you want to have before we break into that discussion. Anything that you'd like to else that you'd like to offer?
I just, again, I just like considering the options I have set before you. I'm here to make a difference. That's it. I'm here to do good work. Do good work. Make a difference. All at the same time. I just ask for your support.
Great. Thank you for that. At this time, I'm closing the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open it to board members to start having a discussion. This is where it's a little different than in the past, where I would go off camera and you would be off camera, and we would talk about you behind your back. But here you get to hear the whole thing, so it's a little different. So I would just open it up to board members with any thoughts, suggestions, or ideas.
Commissioner Schnell, looking for just one point of clarification, if I could, in the memo from the work release agent. She references phase 2 of the work release program, and I'm just kind of curious what that is exactly. Wasn't something I was very familiar with.
So Terry, I'm going to have Terry come up, and I could provide a description, but I'm going to let the official.
Sure.
Thank you, Terry.
Yep. How you doing? So yeah, phase 2.
Hello, Mr. Byrne.
Yeah, good to meet you. Good to see you. But phase 2 of work release, they're still considered to be on work release. They're living at home, a residence, transitional housing, whatever the approved location is. They're still connected to work release, and they're still kind of connected to the halfway house. So their movements, they have to have approval before they do anything. Typically they report to the halfway house once a week, twice a week, continued with drug tests, breath tests, that kind of thing. But they are on work release, they're just not living in the halfway house. So it's a little, I guess, an additional freedom, to those that are approved for that.
Okay. All right, appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
I have a question related. So when does that start, phase 2 of work release?
I mean, that's just for lifers. That's a decision of the panel. Some do go to phase 2, some go to ISR, some are told to remain on work release. But yeah, that for lifers, that's the decision of the panel. So,
thank you.
Yep.
I would just say historically that for me, I think it's been where phase 2 would be a consideration. Oftentimes. Where you had people who were really long on work release and then also had, in many cases, were beyond their mandatory minimum term. So that's just how it can be structured. it is an institutional, work release is an institution status. And so, this is a little bit of a different kind of orientation because it is probably more akin to what would be supervised release plus.
I guess another question, Commissioner, does the board, do we have any say on ISR, or is ISR just kind of a standard release status upon completion of a life sentence?
Generally speaking, that would be something that we would have, that the agency would have, and it's oftentimes more grounded in policy and rule that we would put this in place. So there is rules pertaining to that, and the rule has the effect of now there's some challenges with our rule right now because we have statutory provision around the establishment of the board, and then we have rulemaking that will need to catch up to that. But rules have typically required supervised release. I would also say that while certainly, as we've talked about before, the placement of the placement decisions is certainly something that we would want this board to weigh in on by way of the totality of the action. But technically speaking, the placement decisions do remain within the realm of the agency. But we would want that, if there was a thought about how to structure something going forward, we certainly want the board to weigh in on that and give some direction around that.
Thank you. Well, for what it's worth, I would certainly be in support of Mr. Nunn transitioning to supervised release. I mean, I think his record is impeccable, and I don't know that you can ask for much more. That may not necessarily sound like a motion, but I'll just put my thought out there that I'm certainly in support of Mr. Nunn transitioning to supervised release.
So that his parole eligibility date would be July 28th of 2025.
Correct.
So the board could certainly act upon granting conditional parole for July 28th of 2025. And then establishing whatever conditions it wishes in the intervening time, and he would move to parole status unless there were any types of violations of any of the conditions, which I certainly wouldn't expect.
So unless Andrew wants to, I'll make that motion.
So that motion is to grant parole effective 7/28 of 2025. There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
And there is a second. Let's
Can I clarify one thing on the motion?
Well, I was just going to, go ahead.
So, Member Larson, you stated to supervise release, and I want to assume that that's a general term in regards to the level of supervision upon parole.
Correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So there is a motion and a second. So the question really is, we want to act on this motion and then talk about the conditions, or the conditions be clear as a part of the action of the conditional parole. Anybody have thoughts? And what I'm saying here is that what are the conditions that would need to be Mr. Nun would need to meet in order to have that parole, or do we just want to act on that and then talk a little bit about what happens in the intervening time. Let me just say this. I'm just going to say that I'm in full support of the July 28th, 2025 parole action, and I'm 100% support of that. I will tell you that I personally have some heartburn with phase 2 work release, and my reason is the challenge around what the service of the mandatory minimum term of confinement is, and that I think about, and I'm struggling with this issue of Board of Pardons wanted to commute further and those sorts of things, and perhaps the board would do something different today. Quite likely they would. The problem is we can't speculate on that. The challenge for me is that we are effectively taking the same action as we would moving to supervised release in many respects, I think. And it's a hard distinction from a public perspective to understand how it is that what's the difference between somebody who is on institution status living in their home and somebody who is on institution status that may be in a bit more of a structured environment. Now, I get that doesn't feel good, and I plainly can understand that. At the same time, I'm trying to think about how we manage this, because we do have there's an expectation around what this looks like, and so that's one of the challenges for me is just how to manage that side of it.
Well, I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm saying that when you put somebody at home, it's effectively supervised release, and so I think it's a hard argument to call phase 2 work release institution status, the service of that mandatory minimum to July of 28th of 2025. So that's that we're in this weird phase here where, and again, I don't have any issue with supporting the parole, but I'm struggling with this whole notion of granting, of moving Mr. Nunn to just a home setting with check-ins, because I think that is, it's hard for me to distinguish that in many cases from what parole would like paroling right now, and then especially the question of supervised ISR versus regular supervised release is something that we have in rule, but in many cases the notion of phase 2 work release might in fact be less stringent than what standard intensive supervised release would be. And so then it's this whole notion of we have rules that direct ISR around the transitioning, folks transitioning from life sentence. So then this is the thing I'm struggling with, is how do we make that more clear, and yet at the same time want to lift up the fact that Mr. Nunn has done exceptionally well and continues to.
Does moving to phase 2, is that a discretionary thing for the DOC, or is that something that the board could mandate?
The board, let me just say this: if it was the board's wish that he go to phase 2, I would take that as board direction, and I would direct that that we move him that direction. But I think in technical terms that would fall within the agency's purview. But I think it, as part of a package, again, this goes back to the whole thing of what's the board's wishes and what's the direction we're trying to to take, I think it's hard to separate them.
I agree with your concern about what phase 2 means and how it would, in a way, violate the terms of the parole eligibility date.
Yeah.
But it does exist as a thing, right? I mean, it is a thing that's in place. So it means we'd be saying you're not paroled until July of 25, but you can move home or to an independent living and wear a GPS. I think that must come with it. I don't know. And you're still on work release. And it's a thing that's in place.
It is, and it has generally been used with people who have been like beyond that mandatory minimum phase. So they're well beyond that 30-year minimum term of confinement stage, and oftentimes, and we have not in my time. I think I can think of only maybe one or two, and they were really people who have served in many cases very, very extensive periods of time, and in some cases many years on work release, and so we move that direction. But I think that's a different set of facts, and there was also some increased levels of supervision, because I think, again, we're going to go from phase 2 work release, and then right now we don't really have the ability to alter ISR requirements because it's grounded in rule. The challenge then is conceivably you're going to have Mr. Nun going from almost less restriction to more upon parole in terms of contact.
So after hearing you kind of explain this a little bit more, Commissioner, like I understand your concern, and I'll be like I would tend to kind of align with the concerns that you have raised.
And I want to be clear, because you're sitting right here, that this is not about the fact that that
has nothing to do with him.
Right. It doesn't, but because it impacts him, but it's not.
Yes.
And yet at the same time, I mean, certainly, this board has options before it.
Well, I don't know, what are they then? If we go along with that line of thinking, what is the option?
Well, I mean,
parole and see us in a year.
Yeah, we can do work with. I think there are options in terms of. I think we could establish some of the things that are on this list. That I think, whether that's things like these contracts and work release are our contracts, and I think if we wanted to decide things like granting more extension of family time passes, we wanted to be able to provide opportunities in other spaces. We could, we have some technology challenges because some of that can be the halfway house, some of that can be our rules, but I think there are places where we could work with them. So I think there are ways that we could meet halfway on some of the things that I think are here around extending those expanded privileges to allow Mr. Nun to be able to do the things that he is seeking to do. But I think we can't parole any earlier than July 28th, 2025. I'll have some conversations in the meantime about, is there a way? I just want to make sure that I talk to the lawyers about, is there a way for us, this board, to have any authority over superseding the rules? I don't believe that would be the case, but I would at least want to ask the question about that. So I think the options are really I mean, certainly the board could, if the majority of the board wanted to grant parole and move them to phase 2 work release, that's something that, as I said, I would concede to the wishes of the board by majority. It also could be that we that we look at some other intervening options here. So that's what I just will lay out what I'm struggling with and how do we get there.
Well, I appreciate that. One question. You've mentioned the restrictions on ISR could be more than what he deals with now. Like what, for example?
It's multiple contacts per week.
It's passes, free time based on employment, full-time employment, and all the other conditions they have to comply with. Andrew may even be able to speak to it more so than I can, but it is based on free time. So you're regulated, you're on GPS.
address some of the things that you've identified in your letter, the things that were priorities, like some additional time for family stuff, faith community engagement, those sorts of things. But it will not be, it would be under regular work release auspices, not phase 2 work release into a private residence. Okay.
So, I think one of the challenges about the placement and some of those things that I don't think is kind of privy to the board is those things. I don't know how that would look about extended time or options, because some of the structures in work release are you have to have a landline, you have to have these things, and most people don't have these things. So there are other expenses that you have to continue to create to be able to see your grandchildren or children, stuff like that. So these are things that's already in the structure. And another thing that is so important about the independent living, like I'm living in a full home renovation, and it's unhealthy. And I don't know if you guys know that or if it was to you, but it's a very challenging environment to live in when you're doing a full restoration on a house. You got clients in there.
All right. So I did not know this. I mean,
you're at 180.
Yes. And it is not enough for the people that are in it. So there has not been no provisions made for these challenges. And so it's important for the success, I believe, for the stability. And if there's options that I could provide, that they're available. These are the same places I go to that approve. They're there.
so I will have a conversation with work release about 180, and I didn't know anything about that. And we can have discussions about structure. I think the independent housing stuff right now just is not. And again, I'm speaking for myself, but I think where the board was at is just the challenge around that date, and in particular, if you put this in the context of your other request, right, that you do not go to ISR, and again, I don't even know if we can legally do that. I don't even. We'll find that out. So we'll address that, but I'll have conversations. I didn't know there was any work being done there, and so I'll have a conversation with work release staff about that. Okay. So I know that this is disappointing, but I also want to say this, that I hope that you also get the message that the issue that we had was not about the fact that we're disappointed in you. We're stuck within this framework. Again, you may call it a paradigm that we should get out of. I could live with that. That may even be fair, but it is this weird challenge, and yet I hope you know that you're doing stuff with the Department of Corrections on contract because we do value the work that you're doing, and I don't want to. I want that to be explicitly clear that there is not an issue around the fact that that Jerome Nun hasn't done and doing a lot of good. I would just say that we'll continue to work through some things, and I would like to have potentially some conversations with you just about some other dynamics that I don't want to raise here, but that I think would be
and I appreciate that. we can just get together and collaborate how that can look. That'd be nice. That's with the board, how it's okay.
All right. Well, so just find a little bit of feeling good about the fact that we're with you on this, right? We're moving you forward, and I know it's not what you optimally wanted, but we're with you. We are with you on this.
Right. I'm gonna be. Please don't leave or think like.
I don't think that at all.
Okay. Please don't.
I don't think
because
that at all.
Any step is a good step. So we can continue to make progress. I just want to be in healthy situations.
Yeah, and I'll work on that, and we can have some conversations back with you.
Continue to do that. Just make sure we are moving towards those things. Important. So.
I'm with you. Excellent. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Best to you.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right, can we get Mr. Atkins everywhere?
Yeah. Let's take. We're going to take just a 5-minute break here, so people can what they need to do. Come on.
Unmuted.
So that's.
Thank you.
Yes? Who else? All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release. We're here today to review Mr. Tommie Atkins, who is present here at Central Office. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office, excuse me, is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with the board members, Member Christine Bray, Member Rena Alexander, who is behind you, Member Andrew Larson, who is also on the screen behind you there, and Member Cheryl Ramstad.
Good afternoon.
We also have a few members or a few other people present in our room here at Central Office. And along with Work Release Director Terry Byrne, he's also present with us today. And Mr. Atkins, our records indicate that on March 6th of 1994, the owner of the Snelling Motel in Minneapolis was beaten with a clothes iron and then shot twice in the face, which resulted in death. In one of Mr. Atkins' statements to police, he admitted beating the victim in the course of an attempted robbery. Mr. Atkins and his accomplice, Robert Dixon, each claimed the other shot the victim. At trial, Tommie Atkins was found guilty of intentional murder while committing or attempting to commit aggravated robbery. On December 8th of 1994, Tommie Atkins was sentenced to life in prison by Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of first-degree murder. Mr. Atkins was reviewed by the Commissioner and his advisory panel on May 11th, 2021. He was continued 2 years and allowed to transfer to minimum custody. On May 16th of 2023, he was reviewed again and continued for 1 year and allowed to transition to work release. On April 16th of 2024, Mr. Atkins was reviewed for a third time by the Commissioner and his advisory panel. The Commissioner granted Mr. Atkins a future parole date of July 9th of 2024. However, on April 22nd, 2024, Mr. Atkins' parole was rescinded due to his inappropriate, challenging behaviors. Today's review represents his fourth review after serving approximately 30 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date occurred May 1st of 2024. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon. How are you today?
All right.
Good deal. First of all, I just want to say thank you for your letter. Can you maybe I'm going to get to this. I'll get to the standard question, but just to give some context here. Can you talk a little bit about, in your letter, you talk about kind of what's happened, since the rescission, since I did the rescission. And it sounds like, at least what you described here, was that's been somewhat helpful for you.
Yes, as far as the counseling therapy aspect of it, talking to Ted Thompson and Earl Conley, I always looked at myself and paid attention to myself and my behavior and how I talked. And I thought everything was okay, but but coming from somebody else's viewpoint, I see the way I come off is aggressive. And I didn't know I didn't know that. I didn't know. I'm so used to being direct, blunt. Just say it, concise, keep it moving. But I didn't know that me being that way was being aggressive or confrontational. I didn't know that. And talking to Mr. Thompson and Mr. Conley, talking to them, and them pointing out things, for my own character, and talking to them when I do it in our session, there was certain things they like, can I finish talking? I'm like, excuse me, they like, you do that a lot. I'm like, these two different people at different times, me having meetings with them, I didn't know that. I'm just used. I call myself saying things to more or less save someone's time, think say it was aggressive, and I didn't know that. I know it now. You know, I'm conscious of it now. Didn't know that.
Do you see if there? I think one of the things, I guess, is there a difference between, because I don't expect it. Nobody said you have to be Mr. Nice or you have to conceal, your feelings about things. At the same time, one of the things that you described, I think somewhere in the letter, or one of the things you talked about or was written, is that being in the prison environment so long made communication and how you navigate inside the walls perhaps different than the way it might be outside the wall.
Yes, and that came from me. I can say it. Like there was times where Cindy I can't pronounce her last name.
Yeah, your agent. Yeah.
She be telling me things, and I tell her I cut off and just because I study the rules, and it's like, and I cut off and say something because if I think I'm being nice, you don't have to waste your time because I know this, and that was rude, and I know that now. I didn't think it was, but it is. Because more or less, and that's where. And being that way, I understand where you was talking about the self-handling. I get that, And it wasn't what I was trying to. I thought I was trying to, not allow somebody to waste their time, but it was wrong.
Who was with you last time?
My nephew.
Yes.
Yes, my nephew.
Impressive young guy who was really supportive of you.
Yes, he wanted to be here today, but I didn't want no family members coming because it's disheartening to them, And my granddaughter called me last night. She like, Granddad, talk to them like you talk to me. I'm like, just talk to them like you talk to them. I'm like, okay. I know what she means.
What does she mean?
More or less, be soft-spoken. Be nice. Talk to her.
Well, so I just want to be clear. There's a difference. I certainly don't expect you to growl, right? But I think it's one of the things that. So I'll just share this. I think one of the things that happened last time with your nephew was here, right?
Yes.
And he was exceedingly supportive of you. I would say. And he, obviously you brought him here and he was supportive of you. And he was an impressive guy, and he looked up to you in many cases. But I think, as I recall, there was even times when maybe there was some, conversations about like when we were trying to give you a little bit of feedback. He got the sense that you struggled with a little bit of that, maybe. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so, and that's why I thought when you describe, you talk about this difference of empathy. So where did the time you spent with these folks, Todd and Earl? In what ways did they help you gain a level of insight into empathy?
Because it's more or less like Ted talking to him and letting him know about me and things I went through. And more or less the accomplishments I have done while I was locked up. And he was like, but don't nobody owe you nothing. I'm like, I don't want nobody. He's like, yeah. He's like, yes, you do. Don't nobody owe you nothing. And him saying it to me and explaining things and me telling him like, I don't do nothing wrong. I don't do this. He's like, yeah, but don't nobody owe you nothing because you ain't did nothing wrong. So that made me put myself in other people's shoes.
Ah, interesting. Thank you.
Because I used to think I ain't did nothing wrong. I follow the rules. I ain't do nothing, but that's not the case. But putting myself in other people's shoes, don't nobody owe me nothing. I did do something wrong.
Yeah. So is that, what it seems like what you're describing is that, did you, this is a question, did you gain insight through those conversations about perspective of others?
Yeah. Well, it's just understanding how it may feel. Just, my thing used to be, if I ain't doing nothing wrong to you, why should you care? But anybody knowing me and knowing my past, or things they went through, period, I need to understand that. Instead of just, I can't just think about me or my loved ones. You gotta think about everybody. Think about everybody is more or less being empathetic. It's more or less, somebody can hear about my case and just feel so fearful or angry or whatever. And I need to understand that. I can't just disregard it because I've been a good person since then. No.
Because you followed the rules, just because you followed the rules.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, and I just want to be really clear from my perspective. I mean, and I think we had this conversation when we met last time, is that, that I want to lift up the fact that you have done really well. And yet, when I saw even the interaction between you and your nephew, some of that stuff, that ability to accept and receive kind of feedback, even from somebody who's a loved one, I was struck by that. And then, and I think some of the things you're describing today, it really does. I'm sincerely glad, because I think it seems like you have gained insight, and you continue to do well. You follow the rules, but it's that sense of, I think, when you talk about that level of empathy and recognition that you were involved in something that was significant and had impact on a lot of people, and that. And I'm really glad and grateful that you made the most out of the request.
I gained a lot of insight. And like I say, my oldest granddaughter, we talk a lot, and she talk about it's painful sometimes because I have younger grandchildren, they still ask me, why was you gone? So I have to assess the understanding of things that time gone to. Did something bad, and I'll punish for it. But you out now. No, I still have things to do.
You remember last time we talked, and we talked about, like, what do you owe, your victim, and going forward. And I think one of the conversations we had was, I think, and this is my opinion, it's not, I may not reflect the other members of the board, but you owe living your best life.
Yes. I owe being a good person, being a good citizen, being a good father, grandfather, and just a person, period, out in society. Yes, I owe them that. It was a time I was in Faribault, and I think victim advocacy people, they came to come see me. And I can't remember her name, this was in the teens. And she told me what she wanted and why she was here. Because when she first, I'm like, you kind of early for that. I don't see the commissioner to this time. She like, this has nothing to do with that. And she said the victim family been wondering what I've been doing while I'm in prison. I'm like, they have every right to know what I've been doing. I took somebody from them. And, to release the information, she was telling me what it consists of, and I signed it. She was like, are you going to read it? I don't need to read it. They have every right to know what I've been doing here because I took somebody from them. So if you would tell me what it consists of, whatever I'm doing, they have every right to know it.
Appreciate that. Others have questions for Mr. Atkins?
Well, I do. I may have missed this, and I read through it carefully, the material. What exactly were the challenging behaviors? I failed to understand.
It was me more or less being disregarding others, brushing them off, not allowing somebody to tell me something, voice their opinion, because over the years I have educated myself. I have did research on halfway houses and things that I need to do to stay free, to stay out. And when my agent would talk to me about something, I would tell her what it is, but I thought I was being helpful, but I wasn't. I was being challenging behavior, and I didn't know that.
So it was in the conversation with
Yes.
somebody in a position of authority.
Yes.
Yeah.
But didn't it also, you struggle with this a little bit, even with some people who are closer to you, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is not just, wasn't just about,
No,
it's just because you grew up in an environment where this is how you did it, right?
Yes, where aggression is okay, where confrontation is, it's not frowned upon. Where being confrontational is not frowned upon.
May actually be about survival, right?
Yes, yeah, it is about survival. It's just, I thought from the time I was allowed to be released to work release, I thought I was okay. I thought I left that in there, but that's not the case. Yeah, I thought, okay, I'm this new person now. That's not me, but I didn't know that some of those characteristics, I have a lady friend and we be talking and she'll be like, who you talking to? I'd be like, you know what? I'm sorry. She's like, no, I'm sorry. So, and my granddaughter said that one time, she's like, Granddad, why you talking to me like that? And sometimes I'm not conscious of it, Now, dealing with Mr. Thompson and Miss Conley, I have learned to pause. I'm so used to just, but I have to pause and, yeah. I went through that last night. And like I said, my girl, she was like, Granddad, if you don't talk, I'm like, okay, you chastising me, but I have to deal with it. They want me. They want me to. Yeah, I think she just want to stay in my house, but they want me out. They want me out.
I understand that.
I understand it too, and I have to. Best person not to be for them and for me. Me first, for them second.
Other questions for Mr. Atkins?
Maybe just a little bit of kind of follow-up. So, and everything you said makes sense. And I totally recognize the way that you had communicated growing up through prison served you in that, in that environment, and that may not serve you now as you transition into the community. So what warning signs, how will you know if you're starting to revert back to the communication style or kind of the way that you had to carry yourself to survive through prison, how will you know if you're starting to exhibit those behaviors again so that then you could ideally make any necessary corrections, if that makes sense?
Yes, that makes sense. I think the first sign of it is me cutting people off, not letting them finish their sentence, or finishing for them. That's a sign there. If I cut you off and finish that. Last time I think I did it to you a few times. I think I did do it to you a few times. And that's a sign in and of itself. That's a major, me knowing me, that's a major sign in and of itself. My son told me that we was talking. He's like, Dad, you just ain't gonna let me talk? I'm like, okay. So me cutting people off and finishing they sentence for them, that's a sign in and of itself for me. That's a major sign.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Any other questions? Mr. Atkins, is there anything that, I didn't get back to the question that I always ask. What is it that you want the board to do today?
To allow me to transition to parole.
Okay.
To allow me to live in my little studio apartment that I've been paying rent on.
Yeah.
I go there on the weekend, but I would love to sleep there. I got a tub. I ain't been in the tub in over 30 years. Just sit there. It's just a studio apartment, but it's mine. I can lock the door. Nobody's coming in every hour, making sure I'm there.
Yeah.
And I haven't did it yet, but allow me to go grocery shop. I haven't been in the grocery store yet because I'm like, too many things overwhelm me, and I haven't been in the grocery store yet.
What is the first thing you want to get at the grocery store?
I want to see the fruit. Everybody talking about the way the fruit look nowadays. I'm like, they got fruit at the halfway out there. Like, no, if you're going, it looks different. Like,
It looks plastic, but it's real. That's my experience.
It's fruit. How does fruit look different? And I would greatly enjoy to. They talk about. There are a lot of things that I would like to taste that I haven't. As far as fruits, people tell me about things. It's things like a pomegranate. I don't remember what a pomegranate is. It's just everyday things that y'all probably take for granted.
I don't think I've ever eaten a pomegranate. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Little weird things like that. Like, I ate some frog legs. Me and my lady friend, we went to, because I always tell her about different things I want to eat. We went to Benihana one time. I had some sashimi platter. She's like, that's raw fish. You ain't tasted it. How you going to talk about something you ain't tasted it yet? And she's like, that ain't bad. I don't like that one. I'm like, okay. And my granddaughter, I was on the phone with her. No, my grandson. Tell my granddad, raw fish. They got mercury in it. Where did you get that from? I'm like, okay.
School.
Yes, but it's just go for a walk.
Come on, go for a walk.
Yeah.
So let's. I think we know what you want. Let's give us some minutes to talk about this. You're sitting right here. That's the difference than it was last time. Now you get to just sit here and listen to us talk about you, and go from there. So with that, I'm going to open it up to the board just to talk about what next steps might look like for Mr. Atkins.
Well, could I make a motion to parole for September 23rd, 24? As release date.
we may have it's just, we probably are going to need 60 days just because of the agent assignment. So maybe could you look at like October 28th? Just because that would give us 60 days that we have to get an agent assignment and, you know, that kind of stuff. And but as soon as we get that arrangement, we would use that date if that makes sense. That's a Monday. So there's a motion and a second, and that would be conditional upon just you maintaining following the drill here for the next 60 days. Any other, so there's a motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Motion and a second, any further discussion? All right, on the motion to grant parole effective October 28th, 2024, conditioned upon continued successful progress and work release. Roll call vote. Board Member Alexander, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board Member Brady?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead?
Yes.
Schnell votes yes, 5 ayes, no nays. The motion prevails. Congratulations. Get ready to go to the grocery store. And I say this in all sincerity, I'm proud of you for taking what would have been a hard letter to get from me and making the most of it. Because I think, you know, a lot of people would have just gotten really negative, and you didn't do that. You took advantage of it, and you made the most of it for you and for the good of your family and others, and I applaud you for that. All right? Yes. Good.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're good to go.
Okay.
All right.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too.
Good night.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
All right. We have a couple of items of new business that Becky will walk us through quickly.
Okay, so one of the pieces of new business was the 2025 calendar, which we've taken care of already. We sent out a discharge application on Delyle Wickern. If you had an opportunity to look at that, that's been vetted by Victim Services and everybody else. If you approve, we will discharge him, and we will get him a notification. It'll be set out, what is it, Aubrey, approximately a week and a half, 2 weeks usually, before we get him the notification, his discharge paperwork from SAU, Sentence Administration work. If you do not agree, this would be the time to speak up. Otherwise, we will process all the paperwork, notify him. And like I said, it's already vetted through Victim Services as not a concern.
Do you need a motion?
I think we should motion it, but I guess I'm wondering, do we need any more than that, or is it, do we want to have more of a conversation about it, or just use the document that we were sent? It's just because I'm wondering if, just by way of generally speaking, on any business that we would take action on, we probably should. We should probably have that as part of an agenda item, as an action item, versus just a business discussion, just so that there is some clarity about that.
And if you prefer to have more information than what you received, then.
So could I propose this as an interim, that we would just move this to the next meeting, and then we'll put it on as an action item for the board, and if there's any other questions, then we would move it, get a second and that kind of stuff, and set a date unless anybody has a great objection to that. But I just think it would be clearer from the standpoint of an action item versus.
We're going to have the same scenario then with the Gregory McMaster case.
Yeah, you want to walk through that
So
one.
Gregory McMaster's has been in Canada serving time for a couple murders there, but on that same criminal spree, he also killed a deputy in Roseau as he was crossing between United States and Canada. He went on a spree and murdered a few people in Canada. He came to Minnesota, was here for just a hot second. Canada, for lack of a better term right now, extradited him or asked for him so they could process his criminal charges in Canada. They did convict him in Canada on those murders. He has been there ever since. We have had a few requests over the course of all the years that he's been in Canada, asking Minnesota to grant him parole. Those requests have been denied in the past. He had an initial review. He was continued. I believe it was 8 years. He had another decision made on his Minnesota sentence after that he was continued indefinitely until he was available to the Minnesota Department of Corrections for a parole decision. Mr. McMaster has chosen not to apply for parole in Canada. In Canada, it's an application process. You need to apply for parole, and they decide whether or not you are granted parole. He currently, his agent or his attorneys that have been with him for many years that I've corresponded with in the past have requested consideration again now with the new board as to whether or not you would be willing to grant him parole on his Minnesota sentence, which, like, again, what it was a murder of an officer in Roseau, Minnesota. He would like to be granted parole in Minnesota. He would then pursue parole in Canada and has tentative plans to live in Wisconsin. At this point, he has not had he had an initial parole review here. That is it. Other than that, it's been in writing. He opposes the fact that he would be returned to our max custody facility, which is very common for somebody who returns to Minnesota from out of state, until we are able to assess how well they're doing in their adjustment to prison before they would be allowed to go a lower custody facility within the prison. He has yet to ask for that parole in Canada because he does not want to go to max custody at Oak Park Heights. So he is now asking, again, his attorneys drew up your new packet you received, requesting consideration of parole from the board.
Just as a matter of law here as well, we have to publish considerations of officer-involved deaths that have to be published, and so I think we would need to set this on for some level of discussion at a future date to allow for publication of that. And so, I don't know if this is something we could move out 60 days so that we could publish that and do whatever victim notification.
The normal course of time that we are putting them, it's required that they're posted for 90. We currently post them for 120 days. The question herein is whether or not you believe he's available to be considered for parole. And we certainly could do standard practice for the rules for availability for a typical violation in the community is whether or not they have any holds elsewhere. Mm-hmm. So this is different because he's in Canada. So that would be a legal battle about whether or not, if you wanted him in person here, he would have to be granted parole. If you are willing to do a virtual review of his status, even though he's still serving his sentences in Canada, that would take far more arranging than a 90 or 120 day.
Just to clarify, Becky, if he would come here and he would have to go to Oak Park Heights if he wants us to consider the case. And so now he's saying, yes, I want them to consider parole.
He wants you to consider the possibility of parole for him virtually.
Oh.
And he has not been paroled in Canada yet.
Right.
Is there any precedent for this situation?
We have to get the place where he is housed to agree to give us the body. It is a little different between Canada and Minnesota. It would take.
So there's no precedent for Canada is involved? For another country, Mexico or Canada?
No, they're not available. It's as if they're deported per se, so they're not available if there's a hold elsewhere.
Well, the question, but there is still a fundamental question. I mean, is availability and parole consideration one and the same?
Right.
And so, I mean,
we have done reviews remotely.
Yes.
In the past. Oftentimes it's because we have somebody housed out of state. They're serving their Minnesota sentence elsewhere. The difference in this case is he is not serving his Minnesota sentence yet.
So my question is, Commissioner, are you trying to say that even at this point we can't, because he's asking us to even consider, like to even give the opportunity for us to have a discussion about whether or not we want to grant him parole. So are you saying, Commissioner, that to even have the discussion about whether we want to even give him the opportunity to ask for parole, we have to publish that for 120 days? Or can we just do the up and down vote right now about the answer is either no, we don't want to consider it, or yes, we're willing to consider it? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to, if we're going to consider parole, we'd have to publish that.
Right.
Well, that's my question. If we're saying no as a board, we're not even going to consider it. Because I'll just be honest, I have no interest in even considering if he comes up. I will say no to parole for him. So I guess the question is if we're all, and I'm not trying to say that for anybody, but if everybody on the board is in agreement that it's a big no, do we still need to publish? And that's fine if we do, then there's no discussion to be had. We just need to move it to the publication and move forward.
But I think you raise a good point. I think if a determination of availability, and if the board would consider availability as a question first, and would we do remote hearing from here? I do have some legal questions though, because you just said that he's not serving his Minnesota sentence, so he's not getting credit then for his Minnesota sentence.
I'm sorry. After I said it, I should have said it a different way. He currently, he was here and then he left. So they're not technically concurrent because he's being held somewhere else according to, but the difference being is, even though you can consider parole, and do you want to parole him? Has he done enough time to parole? Does that make sense? I can certainly double check with the now legal division, which is different staffing than it was the last time, who cleared that he was not available to be considered for parole. I'm certainly willing to go forward and do some more research on that, find out how that would, if they agree with that or not, and stand by the last decision that he's not available for parole.
Yeah, because I just think we need to, I think is it a matter of discretion of the board or not? Because I think if it is, then we need to take then it's an action item that we should move to the next meeting. If it's a legal determination,
okay,
then let the lawyers decide, and they're going to tell us he's not available or he does, and that's what it would be. Because it seems like that would be the distinction. It's what's within the power of the board to determine. I think would be the question.
This is a new legal team now from the last decision, so I'm more than willing to go back and ask for their review as to whether or not he's available. And I'll bring that back to the next board meeting. All right, thank you, everybody.
And then we have Drieman.
And then Drieman's correspondence he had written, we postponed it to this week. He was the one who wrote and said, due to his medical condition, he wanted to be considered for release.
He wants to be considered for a new hearing.
Correct. And we checked with medical as you requested. You should have received that information from me as well. So based on that information, that is your decision as to whether or not you want us to change anything. He is not being considered for a conditional medical release at this time either.
because his condition does not meet the statutory standard of grade.
Correct.
I personally would not be in favor of providing him another hearing. Just go with whatever the original hearing date was, because I thought the documentation was good about describing the difference between palliative care versus kind of the end of life, which is more that conditional medical release. So me personally, I just say stand with the original rescheduled hearing date.
I agree.
And I think we kind of talked about, what actions there were, and I understand he can make the ask, but we had kind of talked about it originally. The actions of the board would stand unless there would be some major reason to alter that from that.
And then I know you discussed the book.
Yeah, the book. Yeah, and I will bring those books when the full board meets next time. I have them here. This was the one that I think board member Struford had mentioned, just about some of the brain science and stuff related to the work we're doing, and so I'll bring copies of those for everybody at the next meeting.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, thank you for that. At this time, I want to see if there is anybody who wishes to be heard for public comment. And I don't know if we have anybody. Nobody signed up, and so with that, the next member of the supervisory release board will be September 10th, 11:30 to 4:30 here. And with that, I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
And meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Thanks very much. Have a good evening.